committee will please come to order. We've counted and a quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider HR 2119, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021, HR 3992, the Protecting Older Job Applicants Act of 2021, HR 729, the Strength and Diversity Act of 2021, and HR 730, the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act of 2021. The chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled pursuant to Clause 2, Rule 9 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 1, the chair may recess the committee at any point. While a roll call is usually taking place, to save time, we have noted a quorum is present, and so we will not have the roll call at this time. I'll remind members that this is a remote markup pursuant to House Resolution 8 and the regulations thereto. All microphones shall be kept muted to avoid unnecessary background noise. Members are responsible for muting themselves when they are recognized to speak or when they wish to seek recognition. I also ask members to please identify themselves before they speak. Members shall be considered present in the proceeding when they are visible on camera and shall be considered not present when they're not visible on camera. The only exception to this is if they're experiencing technical difficulties and they inform the committee staff of such difficulty. However, members must be visible on camera to count towards the quorum and to vote, and there's no exception to that part of the rule. Moreover, there needs to be a verbal vote. So when the clerk calls, please make a verbal vote so that the clerk and official, the stenographer, can hear it. A thumbs up or thumbs down without a verbal vote would not suffice. If any member experiences technical difficulties during the hearing, you should stay connected to the platform, make sure you're muted, and use your phone to immediately call the committee's IT director, whose number was provided in advance. Should the chair experience technical difficulty or need to step away, Representative Takano or another majority member of the committee, or if Mr. Takano is not available, they are hereby authorized to assume the gavel in the chair's absence. This is an entirely remote markup, and as such, the committee's hearing room is officially closed. Members who choose to sit with their individual devices in the hearing room must wear headphones to avoid feedback, echoes, and distortion resulting from more than one person on the software platform sitting in the same room. Members are also expected to adhere to social distancing and safe health care guidelines, including the use of masks, hand sanitizer, wiping down the areas before and after their presence in the hearing room. Amendments must be submitted electronically to the amendment repository pursuant to the instructions in the notice of amendment process that was distributed to all committee offices by the clerk with markup notice. Amendments must be submitted to the repository before they can be offered at markup. In order to ensure that the committee's 5-minute rule is adhered to, the staff will be keeping track of time using the committee's field timer. The field timer will appear in its own thumbnail picture and will be named 001_timer. There will be no 1 minute remaining warning. The field timer will sound its alarm when time is up. Members are asked to wrap up promptly when their time has expired. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. Today, the committee is marking up 4 bills, HR 2119, the Family Violence Prevention Services Improvement Act of 2021, HR 3992, the Protecting Older Job Applicants Act, the HR 729, the Strength and Diversity Act of 2021, and HR 730, the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act of 2021. The first bill, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021, updates our federal efforts to address intimate partner violence. Before I continue, I want to encourage anyone who may be struggling with intimate partner violence to reach out to the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE. That's 1-800-799-SAFE, or the Strong Hearts Native Hotline at 1-844-7-NATIVE. That's 1-844-7-NATIVE. First passed in 1984, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act has been a central pillar to our fight against intimate partner violence. Today, the law authorizes critical services, including shelters, support services for survivors, and 24-hour domestic violence hotlines. Regrettably, these programs have been expired since the end of 2015, hindering our ability to meet the changing needs in our communities. We know the pandemic has also increased the risk of family violence and exacerbated the gaps in our response. The bipartisan HR 2119 authorizes the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act to prioritize equity by authorizing targeted funding to reach communities with disproportionately high rates of intimate partner violence and limited access to services, and invest in preventing violence before it happens so that we can avoid the physical danger and emotional trauma that survivors often experience. The second bill, the Protecting Older Job Applicants Act, helps protect older job applicants against age discrimination. Last month, the Republicans and Democrats came together to pass the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, which would restore a reasonable burden of proof for older workers who allege age discrimination under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, or ADEA. The present wording of that bill that we passed applies only to employees, and our efforts to include job applicants, as I assume everybody thought it already did, was blocked by the House parliamentarian who advised us that it was not technically germane. But since 1967, the ADEA has allowed job applicants to seek recourse when there is a statistical evidence of employment of an employer engaging in age discrimination, and the employer cannot show its discriminatory conduct was justified based on reasonable factors other than age. Unfortunately, recent court decisions in some parts of the country have cut off the ADEA protections for job applicants, bringing these disparate impact claims. So older workers should have equal access to civil rights protections regardless of where they live and whether or not they're looking for a job or already have one. The Protecting Older Job Applicants Act amends the disparate impact provisions of the ADEA to ensure that we protect both older job applicants as well as older Americans who already are employed. The third bill, the Strength and Diversity Act, provides public school districts with the tools to develop voluntary community-driven strategies for promoting diversity. Recognizing the long-lasting effects of school diversity for students, many school districts have developed innovative strategies to address segregation. This initiative is timely because a GAO study just a couple of years ago found that public schools in America today are as segregated now as they were in the 1960s and getting worse. Unfortunately, schools can face steep obstacles in developing these strategies. For example, in 2007, the Supreme Court struck down voluntary school desegregation plans in both Kentucky and Washington, but the court did say that desegregation efforts were legal if done correctly. This program provides technical assistance to make sure they can be done right. The final proposal, the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act, secures the right of students and parents to address racial inequities in public education. Under the Civil Rights Act of 1964, individuals had the right to challenge discriminatory school practices and policies if they disproportionately hurt students on the basis of race, color, or national origin. However, in its 2001 decision in Alexander versus Sandoval, usually referred to as the Sandoval decision, the Supreme Court stripped individuals of their right to challenge these practices and policies under Title VI of the law. This decision barred students from pursuing justice from federally funded entities that maintain practices which have a disparate impact on racial groups. Now only the Department of Education can initiate these challenges, meaning that under some administrations, these cases are not pursued at all. In response, the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act restores the private right of action of students and parents to bring Title VI discrimination claims based on disparate impact. For the purpose of the committee's markup, we're focused on two provisions of the bill. These provisions establish a special assistant position in the Department of Education to coordinate and promote Title VI enforcement in education and create Title VI monitors similar to Title IX monitors already on college campuses, so that each school has at least one employee dedicated to investigating complaints of discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. Other parts of the bill are within the jurisdiction of the Committee on the Judiciary. I urge all members of the committee to support these proposals before us today, and I yield now to the ranking member of the committee, Dr. Fox, for the purpose of making her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last time the full committee conducted official business, there was an unfortunate incident. One of the Republican members was insulted and slandered while asking the Secretary of Education questions. I understand how passion can overtake one's senses, but that language is unacceptable in Congress. I sincerely hope we can stay cordial with one another as we debate contentious topics. It is also another reason we should end remote hearings and markups. Most other committees have. Decorum and orderly procedures are more easily followed in person when members are reminded of the gravity of their work and heed a chair's gavel. Our committee is considering 4 different bills today. Together, they span the full partisan spectrum. There's no doubt that some of these bills could be bipartisan, while others are destined for single-party support. We'll start with H.R. 2119, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act. For far too long, society regarded domestic violence as a family matter, but this violence occurs with distressing frequency. One CDC study estimated 1 out of every 3 Americans is a victim of sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by a partner. Since the mid-1980s, the federal government has distributed hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars per year to states, territories, tribes, and other recipients to shelter and assist victims of violence. Preventing family violence and assisting victims is the right thing to do. These individuals, who are disproportionately women, are not interested in partisan victories. They just want help. Reauthorization of the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act should follow through on previous federal commitments. Current law is serving these victims well, and any policy changes should be bipartisan and made for the benefits of victims and not political allies. Next, the committee is scheduled to consider H.R. 3992, the Protect Older Job Applicants Act. The bill prohibits disparate impact discrimination against job applicants because of age, and contrary to federal court precedent, authorizes disparate impact claims for job applicants under the Age Discrimination and Employment Act of 1967. This ill-advised and harmful legislation targets employers' reasonable recruitment and hiring practices at precisely the worst time for our recovering economy. There are over 9 million unfilled jobs available today. Businesses are desperate for qualified workers, regardless of an applicant's age. There is no evidence this bill is necessary. In fact, there's good reason to believe the bill is counterproductive for employers and job seekers alike. Job Corps students, younger college graduates, and prospective apprentices will no doubt suffer if this bill becomes law. We will also mark up 2 bills related to civil rights and education. H.R. 729, the Strength and Diversity Act, and H.R. 730, the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act. My Republican colleagues and I share the same convictions as our Democrat colleagues. Discrimination and state-sanctioned segregation are vile acts that are immoral, illegal, and have no place in society. There are multiple studies highlighting the benefits of diverse schools. For example, studies show diverse schools promote tolerance and can lead to stronger academic outcomes for all children, but particularly for minority students. Committee Republicans want equality of opportunity for all of America's children, but we believe there's a much more efficacious way we can achieve our common aims than these proposals. Rather than burdening hardworking taxpayers with new programs and strangling the American people in bureaucratic red tape, this committee should be focused on getting the government out of the way and empowering communities to succeed. Committee Republicans stand ready to work with our colleagues in the majority to expand educational opportunities for all families. There's a bipartisan path forward, and I hope my Democrat friends will work with us today so that students have the tools, skills, and opportunities they need to build a successful life for themselves. Republicans earnestly desire the best for America's families. We believe domestic violence shelters across the country are doing incredible work that should continue without political squabbling. We believe job seekers should not face friction or discrimination during their job search. We believe businesses should be able to hire employees free from excessive federal intervention. We believe children should have an opportunity to succeed in school. I look forward to working with our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help our constituents prepare for lifelong success. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day. But before we proceed, I did want to comment on the opening statement of the ranking member about a comment that was made at the last meeting. I did rule that that was inappropriate and out of order, and I joined the ranking member in admonishing members to conduct our business appropriately with the appropriate decorum. House rules require that a copy of measures be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. This was done. The committee will now proceed with the consideration of the bill HR 2119 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and the clerk shall designate the bill.
HR 2119 to amend the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act to make improvements.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The clerk will designate the substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2111 offered by Mrs. McBath of Georgia. Identifier ANS 117_001.
Thank you. Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in the nature of a substitute was distributed electronically in advance. And so I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as stated, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
And the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am proud to support this bipartisan amendment in the nature of substitute to my bill, HR 2119, the Family Prevention and Services Improvement Act of 2021. And the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act, or we'll refer to it as FIPSA from here on, is the nation's oldest law providing federal support to survivors of intimate partner violence. And FIPSA is the primary source of federal funding for intimate partner violence prevention and services, and it provides vital services for victims. It funds shelters, state domestic violence coalitions, a national domestic violence hotline, and national resource centers that offer technical assistance to its service providers. And despite its pivotal role in combating domestic violence, FIPSA has not been authorized since 2015. We are far past due for Congress to pass a comprehensive reauthorization of this very vital law, and the time is now. During this pandemic, with many families sheltering at home, we have seen an unfortunate rise in cases of domestic and family violence. And it's now time more than ever to secure funding for protecting these survivors and their children. And I've seen too many families right here in my home state of Georgia suffer at the hands of domestic and family violence. We must protect these families and families all across America. This legislation has broad bipartisan support within both chambers of Congress and from stakeholders on the front lines of combating domestic violence in America. And I have right here with me a letter from the groups who are leading the way on prevention and services for intimate partner violence. And I ask unanimous consent that this letter be submitted for the official record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. This reauthorization makes key changes to current law, most importantly by ensuring that equitable access to resources for Native tribes and tribal coalitions, authorizing a tribal domestic violence hotline, authorizing resource centers for Alaska Native and LGBTQ populations. It expands funding for prevention so that every state and coalition receives prevention resources, and authorizing grants for underserved populations and culturally specific services for racial and ethnic minority groups. These changes will work towards ensuring that all who suffer from domestic and intimate partner violence have access to meaningful resources so that they can protect themselves and their families from future violence. The ANS improves the underlying bill by increasing investments in preventing and addressing intimate partner violence and ensuring that historically underserved groups receive the resources that they so desperately need. This ANS also makes a number of technical, conforming, and perfecting changes. I urge my colleagues to support this ANS as well as the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady has yielded back. Does any member wish to be recognized on the amendment nature of a substitute? I understand the ranking member, Dr. Fox, seeks recognition.
Yes, sir, I do.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make no mistake, Republicans support efforts to prevent family violence and help victims who suffer from this tragedy. Survivors deserve support and our deepest sympathies. For far too long, domestic violence was a hidden problem and considered only a family matter. Estimating the number of people who have dealt with family violence is difficult, but one CDC study estimated that at least 1 in 3 Americans has experienced sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by a partner. Luckily, in addition to federal, state, and local government efforts, there are countless nonprofit and faith-based organizations, neighbors, and close friends who are able to shelter and assist victims of violence. Congress contributes to the effort by allocating hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars a year to states and territories, Indian tribes, resource centers, and on direct services for children. Current law strikes the right balance and is serving victims' needs. Regrettably, the substitute amendment upends this bipartisan consensus to appease interest groups instead of focusing on serving the people who need our help. I oppose the substitute amendment for several reasons. Congress is not and should never be in the business of condoning or using taxpayers' money to support abortion. With the Democrats' threat to repeal the Hyde Amendment, combined with their removal of the prohibition in FIPSA preventing reimbursement for health care services, this could easily lead to these violence prevention funds being used to pay for abortion services. This move to force the public to fund abortion is morally repugnant and should not be allowed to stand in this bill or any bill for that matter. Rather than allowing taxpayer dollars to be used to fund abortion services, this committee should ensure that FIPSA is focused on meeting the needs of survivors of family violence. The substitute amendment also tramples on the right of faith-based providers by eliminating their funding stream if they don't violate their sincerely held religious beliefs. Such a change will result in fewer victims of family violence accessing the service and care they need. Our faith-based providers are a critical part of the care network for survivors. We heard about the great work they provide at our hearing on this issue. Yet this bill threatens to eliminate their ability to participate and help the very people who need them the most. Again, Republicans have in the past and want now to support efforts to prevent family violence. We wish that we could have had a bipartisan compromise that we could all agree on. But instead, we are here voting on a bill that could harm the unborn, kick high quality providers out of the program, and allow the majority of grant funding to be spent on things other than services for survivors. I cannot join my colleagues in this campaign, and I urge members of the committee to join me in voting no. We can and should pursue a bipartisan path forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Gentlelady's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from New Mexico.
yes,
Mrs.
Mr. Chairman, I seek
Leger
recognition.
Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I truly appreciate Congresswoman McBath for her excellent work on the reauthorization of FIPSA. FIPSA has provided help to those who need it most for decades. But most importantly, I'm grateful that the Congresswoman and her bipartisan partner, she does have Republican partners in this bill, have used this reauthorization to improve the bill, to provide help to those who need it the most. I must oppose the idea that we should simply reauthorize FIPSA without improving that. That doesn't make sense when we must learn from what we've done in the past. For example, American Indian and Alaska Native women experience rates of violence higher than that of any other race or ethnicity in the United States. A heartbreaking 83% of Native adults have experienced some sort of violence in their lifetime. And while Native people, especially Native women, have the highest need for both medical and legal services related to domestic and intimate partner violence, the current law does not provide them with equitable funding or resources. Congresswoman McBath's bill would fix these inequities. The bill authorizes a tribal domestic violence hotline, discretionary resource centers on Alaska Native populations, and direct funding for tribal coalitions, just as state coalitions are authorized to receive FIPSA funds. These changes will provide much needed help to our tribal communities and ensure that tribal sovereignty is honored and recognized. Every community experiences violence in different ways and must address those needs directly to ensure they do what is best for their people. Tribal coalitions know what is best for their communities and must be involved in deciding how to protect and help their members, but they need to have the resources to do so properly, which the reauthorization does. Culturally relevant aid and legislation can be a matter of life or death when addressing family and domestic violence. It provides those who are in these incredibly culturally sensitive areas the comfort and the knowledge and the ability to access those resources. I also want to take this time to thank our former colleague, Secretary Deb Haaland, for bringing a strong focus to our missing and murdered Indigenous women and the violence that our Native sisters face. Ms. McBath and her bipartisan co-sponsors address this sad reality with direct help to tribal coalitions through FIPSA. I must add that I've connected with and visited the shelters in my district to discuss the additional ARP funds, the American Rescue Plan funds that this committee ensured went to these shelters. And what I heard from them It's what we are doing today with this reauthorization. They want the reauthorization, but they need the increased funds and the additional services that the reauthorization provides. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? Does anyone else seek recognition? If
Mr.
not,
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to strike the last word.
gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervin, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a proud supporter of the Family Violence Prevention and Service Act. I commend Representative Macbeth and the committee for addressing the great need to provide adequate services to victims of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. I firmly believe that we must make a priority to protect our most vulnerable populations from harm. Prior to being elected to Congress, I served as a North Township trustee, and we did emergency assistance and helped and partnered with many domestic violence advocate groups in my district. Ultimately, when we would assist those individuals, it would be life transforming for people to have new beginnings, for people to seek protection and to have the ability to protect their children and to be able to have a better quality of life. I bring this up because during the pandemic, it was those advocacy groups and those homes that suffered greatly in the inability to have funds and private fundraising. Therefore, this act allows the funding necessary in order to provide the assistance, the wraparound services, and the assistance that will help provide for those families. I became keenly aware of the direct impact and necessity of programs that help combat and prevent domestic violence. In my current role as a member of Congress, I strongly support the programs that prevent domestic violence and provide resources to help victims recover. We must reauthorize the Family Violence Prevention and Service Act to ensure victims of domestic violence have access to vital resources. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
thank you. Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement Act. 2 weeks ago, in my home state of Connecticut, Governor Lamont signed Jennifer's Law, a domestic violence bill that would expand the definition of domestic violence in Connecticut, increase penalties for those convicted of violence, and streamline and improve protections for victims of violence, including family violence. While the passage of this groundbreaking law brings Connecticut to the forefront in the fight for domestic and family violence, the impetus behind the bill is far more sobering. Connecticut, like many states across the country, has suffered through a recent rash of domestic violence cases and struggled to combat a surge in domestic violence during this pandemic. In Connecticut, domestic violence shelters have been at 150% capacity, and calls for help have increased by 71%. But I would also like to remind the members of this committee that this problem was evident even before the pandemic. When I was a classroom teacher, I saw students in my class every day who were suffering from the ripple effects of family violence. We also know that interpersonal violence can have multi-generational impacts and tragically cyclical effects. While we need to address the residual trauma of witnessing violence, I also think it's important to note that dating violence can start very early, even at the high school level. And statistically, teenagers and young adults face some of the highest rates of interpersonal violence. We need urgent federal intervention now. Congress must modernize and adequately fund FIPSA to stop interpersonal violence from happening in the first place and ensure that survivors, particularly those in underserved communities, get the resources they need. This bill increases overall funding from $175 million to $235 million to ensure that states like Connecticut and others across the country who are struggling to prevent and combat violence have the resources they need. I'm particularly proud of the fact that it also creates new grants for underserved populations. And like Connecticut's new law, the bill expands the definition and scope of domestic violence to ensure that all Americans are protected. I want to again thank my colleague, Ms. Macbeth, for her steadfast work on this critical issue, and I urge all of my colleagues on this committee to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I do seek recognition to strike last word.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to express my strong support for this legislation, the Family Violence Prevention and Service Improvement Act. I'm really thankful to Ms. McBath for spearheading this effort. And I'm thankful to you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing the committee to tackle this critical bill. The Family Violence Prevention and Service Improvement Act was really groundbreaking. It was the first federal law of its kind to support survivors of domestic violence. Unfortunately, this act has not been reauthorized since 2010, leaving critical programs severely underfunded. That's what happens when we don't reauthorize bills and modernize them. I just want to cite a really staggering statistic from the Centers for Disease Control that shows that 1 in 4 women and nearly 1 in 10 men have reported experiencing some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly worsened the already existing issues of domestic violence, as millions of Americans were forced, actually, hundreds of millions of Americans were forced to stay home and quarantine. Communities of color, people with disabilities, and LGBTQ plus individuals experience disproportionate rates of intimate partner violence, but they consistently face significant barriers to accessing services. This critical legislation will shift investments to increase prevention efforts and ensure survivors can receive culturally appropriate services. Now, through this act, survivors receive services ranging from emergency shelter, crisis counseling, safety planning, and safety assistance. These programs also provide important education and prevention programming to millions and millions of people. So Congress really must modernize this legislation to help survivors get the crucial assistance that they need. And this bill does just that. A reauthorization of this program is long overdue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment nature for substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment nature of substitute, the committee will now move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? I understand the gentlelady from Louisiana has an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment RANS 002 at the desk.
The clerk will quote the amendment.
Substitute offered by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2119, identifier RANS_002.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The prevalence of domestic...
Just a minute. Just did somebody seek recognition in between?
Chairman, this is Mark Takano. I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlelady from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The prevalence of domestic violence should worry us all, and I'm proud to introduce a responsible amendment that assists those struggling with abusive family relationships. Unlike the Democrats' bill, my amendment puts front and center the individuals who matter most and who rely on this law for assistance when they need it the most. My amendment is narrow in scope. It ensures the important work of these providers continues so victims can continue to access help in their time of need. And it ensures that funds will not be spent on abortion services or referrals, and adds greater transparency about the resource centers that may be funded through this law. First, my substitute extends the authorization
want to feed live kids.
Family Violence Prevention and Services Act for another 5 years. Victims, state and local governments, tribes, and other stakeholders deserve the peace of mind that comes from knowing Congress is committed to a stable policy for the long haul. Next, my amendment provides a nearly $100 million increase annually above the authorized funding level in current law for the formula program, the same as the Democrats. Republicans have been very clear today. We wholeheartedly support protecting and aiding victims of family violence. My amendment affirms that commitment, and I urge appropriators to take note of the authorizing committee's wishes. My amendment also increases transparency and federal agency accountability by requiring the Department of Health and Human Services provide 120 days notice before starting a new resource center. FIPSA authorizes resource centers and allows those centers to focus on special issues related to key areas of domestic violence. For example, there's a resource center devoted to American Indian women. In recent years, the number of resource centers has grown without the public's knowledge. Taxpayers deserve to know the mission and purpose of all these resource centers. The public should also have the opportunity to voice their opinions with the HHS. Lastly, and most importantly, my substitute amendment rejects a change included in the Democrats' proposal that could lead to violence prevention dollars going to support abortion services. My amendment restores FISPA at its current status, which prohibits the use of these funds for medical services while allowing victims of domestic violence to be given referrals for necessary health care services. However, my amendment makes clear that federal law should not support abortion services directly or indirectly. For decades, the Hyde Amendment has stood the test of time because Americans do not want their money to finance the killing of the most vulnerable. President Biden understood this when he was a senator. He supported the Hyde Amendment. Now Democrats want to overturn the Hyde Amendment and eliminate FISPA's prohibition on providing reimbursements for health care services. This has no place in what should be a bipartisan and popular reauthorization process. I believe this narrow reauthorization is in the best interest of victims of family violence and the people who serve them. This is too valuable a program to spiral into a political squabble, and I'm disappointed that the Democrats could not compromise to return FIPSA reauthorization to a bipartisan path. I urge all members of the committee to reject the Democrats' most extreme provisions and embrace the common sense reforms included in my substitute amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Someone
Mr.
seek-
Chairman, I seek recognition.
Yes, Ms. Cheryl, gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Cheryl.
I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment, Mr. Chairman, undermines the bipartisan bicameral agreement in HR 2119 and neglects to make any changes or enhancements to FIPSA programs. Further, this amendment fails to deliver on the bill's commitment to provide adequate funding to prevent, not just respond to, domestic violence. Its adoption would be a deliberate refusal to acknowledge or respond to the changing and growing threats victims of intimate partner violence face. This amendment doesn't do or accomplish anything except block desperately needed programs. As we sit here, once again, we see certain members undermining a previous bipartisan commitment to support this crucial piece of legislation to protect women and families from violence. It was, of course, introduced in a bipartisan fashion. Unfortunately, this flip-flopping is becoming all too common. I hope members of the House do not adopt the policy of members across the aisle in the Senate who have at times made almost no serious attempt to legislate or deliver for the American people. Where I come from, domestic violence is a bipartisan issue. In my district, NJ11, state and county politicians, regardless of party, have no qualms about standing up and supporting organizations that support survivors of domestic violence. In fact, I was just with a number of Republican local electeds on Monday night to celebrate the 45th anniversary of one of our foundational anti-domestic violence groups in New Jersey, where they announced additional state funding that our Republicans had secured to fight domestic violence. In my district, when survivors of domestic violence seek the support of their neighbors to find the safety, support, and security they need to survive and build the life they deserve, our community comes together to help them. Why is it that Republicans on this committee can't say the same? Is protecting survivors of intimate partner violence truly just a Democratic issue in Washington? It's about time we put delivering for the American people first. We can start in this markup hearing. We can start by sticking to our word and supporting this bipartisan anti-domestic violence legislation. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Just a minute. We have, if no one else seeks recognition. Ms. McBeth, are you seeking recognition? Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you so much. I really appreciate my colleagues really standing up for this really important legislation. And I know, and I moved to strike the last word first, and I really appreciate my colleagues standing up in defense of this legislation. And the thing that I would like my colleagues to know is that, we have worked really hard in the past, long before I've come to Congress, to make sure that we're providing the tools and the resources for our communities to remain safe. And so what I want my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to know is that, domestic violence knows no bounds. It doesn't care whether we're Republican or Democrat. And historically, there have been communities within the nation that have been left out of these vital tools and resources to be able to protect themselves. So I urge my colleagues once again not to lose sight of how important this legislation is to every demographic of individuals all across the nation, whether they be Republican, independent, libertarian, and it does not matter. Domestic violence numbers and cases continue to rise exponentially, and it is our responsibilities as representatives to care for everyone in our communities, every single individual. So once again, I would ask that my colleagues do not support this amendment and continue to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to support every individual across the country, whether it's during COVID or not during COVID. They deserve to be protected and cared for. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Are there others to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye.
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 All opposed to
Aye.
say,
Aye.
all opposed, all opposed to say, okay, all opposed to say no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote on my amendment.
The recorded vote is requested and pursuant to previous comments will be rolled to the end. The next amendment, recognize myself for an amendment and ask the clerk to designate my amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2111 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier DAMT 1_001.
Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes on behalf of the amendment. This amendment is key to ensuring that future emergencies or disasters like the one we've experienced over the last year will not prevent victims of intimate partner violence from receiving the help and services they need. This amendment allows the Secretary to employ specific flexibilities to keep programs running in the event of major emergencies or disasters. The bottom line is we don't know what the next crisis will look like. HR 2119 helps the people who need it the most, and this amendment ensures that no matter what the crisis is next, FIPSA programs will be able to respond. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone,
Mr. Chairman.
gentlelady from the ranking member from North Carolina, Ms. Fox. Dr.
Thank you,
Fox.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, during the past year and a half, we've all seen the need for us to be flexible in times of emergency. This flexibility is even more necessary in a law that provides vital support to survivors of domestic violence. This amendment would modify the emergency authority provided to the HHS Secretary in the underlying bill and clarify the different uses of waiver authority for grant programs and administrative processes. However, any extension of flexibility during a moment of emergency must also be paired with accountability, oversight, and strict guardrails to ensure that the waivers are not allowed to continue operating indefinitely beyond the bounds of congressional intent. While I plan to support the amendment, I'd like to continue to I'd like to continue working with you on this language as the bill continues through the process to ensure there are not unintended consequences. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does wish to speak to the amendment? I would say to the ranking member that we will work together on it to make sure that there are no unintended consequences. If not, all in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Gentlelady from Illinois, do you have an amendment, Ms. Miller?
I do, Mr. Chairman. RAM T001 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2119 offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois. Identifier RAMT_001.
The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The family
Commissioner, point of order.
The gentleman from California has asked for a point. Is asked for a point of reserved a point of order.
Mr. Chairman. Oops.
I'm sorry, the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act provides vital support to survivors of domestic violence. While there's a lot of consensus on the policy goals in the bill, I cannot in good conscience support legislation that opens the door to federal dollars being used to harm our most vulnerable, the unborn. Current law in FIPSA provides a prohibition on funding under the law from being used to pay for reimbursements for medical services while still allowing victims to obtain referrals to have their health care needs met. This prohibition, coupled with the longstanding Hyde Amendment included in annual appropriations, which has long been supported by Democrats, including President Biden, ensured that taxpayer dollars under this law did not go towards directly or indirectly paying for abortion services. Sadly, committee Democrats are proposing to strike this prohibition in the law. Coupled with their aims to do away with the Hyde Amendment, I'm concerned that this could lead to valuable dollars intended to support survivors of domestic violence being used instead for abortion services. My amendment would maintain current law regarding reimbursement for medical services while allowing for referrals, but it would make clear that FIPSA's funds cannot be used for abortion services or referrals for such services, which will ensure that even if Hyde is repealed, these funds will not be used for such services. A Marist poll from earlier this year indicated 58% of Americans oppose taxpayer funding of abortion. We should not force taxpayers to fund services which they find morally indefensible and which violate their strongly held beliefs. And this amendment ensures that this does not occur. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady is yielded back. Does someone seek recognition in opposition? Does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition? Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. We're here to pass a comprehensive reauthorization of the federal legislation that supports survivors of intimate partner violence. Stakeholders who are on the front lines of domestic and intimate partner violence support this bill and are urging Congress to take action. This bill is about improving services for victims of violence and their families. The services provided under the bill are vital lifelines for the people served, and we need to ensure that they can access referrals and services needed. I strongly urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Representative Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. I move to strike the last
I'm
word.
sorry. Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the
Hold
amendment.
on just a minute. Let me see if anybody on the other side is seeking recognition. If not, gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word and speak in
Gentlelady's
opposition to
recognized
the
for 5
amendment.
minutes. Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I chaired the hearing we had in the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Human Services, the hearing on the Family Violence Prevention and Services Improvement of 2021. And I thank Representative McBath and her bipartisan co-sponsors for this very important legislation that is, I want to note, supported by a wide range of stakeholders who actually work in providing these important services to victims of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. This amendment is a distraction from the work we're here to do today, which is to pass a comprehensive reauthorization of the federal legislation that supports survivors of intimate partner violence. We already have a bill that enjoys, as I mentioned, broad stakeholder support, as well as bicameral and bipartisan support. This is legislation that reflects the input of stakeholders who are on the front lines of domestic and intimate partner violence. Rather than addressing the needs of survivors, this amendment seeks to dictate the types of healthcare that service providers and medical professionals may offer. This is an amendment in search of a problem. It is common sense that in legislation dealing with victims of violence, there is a need to address access to health services, including reproductive health services and referrals for those services. This bill is about improving services for victims of violence and their families, and that is why we are here today. If any of my colleagues would like to work together to address unintended pregnancy, I invite them to join me in efforts to expand access to contraception and pre-pregnancy healthcare through efforts such as the EQUIP Act, which I introduced last session. I'd be glad to partner with any of my colleagues to advance policies that meet the needs of the individuals we are seeking to help today. I strongly urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller. All who favor the amendment will say aye.
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 All opposed will say no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, we request a recorded vote.
The recorded vote is requested and will be rolled to the end. Are there further amendments to the bill? Gentlelady from California, I understand you have an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have amendment RAMT 2 at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2119 offered by Mrs. Steele of California. Identifier RAMT 2_001.
Gentleman from California.
I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from California reserves a point of order, and the gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is heartbreaking the society still struggles with the problems of domestic violence and abusive family situations. In my home state of California alone, there were more than 166,000 domestic violence related calls to law enforcement in 2018. We might have much higher numbers in 2019 and 20 since the whole state was locked down. The women and men who are suffering and in need are not concerned with political fights and the partisanship of Congress. We are worried about keeping themselves and their family members safe. One of the primary uses funds under the Family Violence Prevention Services Act, or FVPSA, is for the provision of shelter and supportive services for these survivors. My amendment would ensure that funding for these vital resources not watered down by spending on overhead and administrative costs, and is instead focused on helping our most vulnerable in their time of need. Current law requires that 70% of the sub-grant funds must be used for the primary purpose of providing shelter and supportive services. But the legislation before us today would amend the requirement to allow funds to go to entities whose primary purpose is to provide these services. While this may sound like a subtle distinction, in reality, it could allow substantially less money to be used for services than the currently mandated 70%. That means that instead of using the majority of funds for shelter and supportive services for survivors, funds could be spent on unnecessary expenses or lower priority services. My amendment would strike the relevant provision and maintain the important current practice to ensure that FVPSA funds to be used to support survivors and get them the resources they need. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
And have you throwing all of your points of order that you've?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All previous points of order are withdrawn as well.
Thank you. If the gentlelady from Georgia seeks recognition on behalf of, on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I thank my colleague, Representative Steele, for offering this really thoughtful amendment. And I agree with my colleagues that maintaining a focus on shelter and services is so vitally important in the FIPSA program. And therefore, I am willing to support her amendment. I'm grateful for her thoughtfulness and compassion in being willing to support this work. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady's yielded back. Are there further comments on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye.
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 All opposed say no.
Aye.
All opposed
No.
say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are there further amendments? If not, we will roll the votes on the amendment in nature of a substitute. There's no vote called on the amendment. We'll see if a vote is called on that, but we had 2 amendments on which roll calls were requested. We'll roll those to the end along with final passage. And we'll go to the next bill. The next
Mr.
bill,
Chairman,
gentlelady from North, yes, ranking member.
yes, we would like to have a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute with the, sorry, hold on one second, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to have a vote on passage of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Okay, well, that'll be taken up when we come back to the rolled votes.
Thank you.
Okay. The next bill will be HR 3992. The committee will now proceed with the consideration of the bill. Bill is circulated in advance and the clerk will designate the bill.
HR 3992 to amend the Age Discrimination and Employment Act of 1967 to prohibit employers from limiting, segregating, or classifying applicants for
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, for the purpose of offering an amendment in nature of a substitute. The clerk will
Thank you, Mr.
the clerk will designate the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3992 offered by Mrs. Wild of Pennsylvania, identifier H3992_ANS.
The without objection, amendment shall be considered as original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in nature of substitute was distributed electronically in advance, and I now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute, which modifies the base text of HR 3992 by adding, quote, of 2021, end quote, after the words Protecting Older Job Applicants Act in the title of the legislation. I support this legislation, which I co-sponsored with Representative Sylvia Garcia of Texas, in order to restore protections for job applicants under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, or ADEA. Congress enacted the ADEA in 1967 because of the concern that people who are age 40 or older were disadvantaged in gaining and retaining employment. In addition to prohibiting intentional discrimination against older workers, which is known as disparate treatment, the ADEA prohibits practices that, although facially neutral with regard to age, have a disparate impact on older workers compared to younger workers and are permissible only if the employer can show that the practice is based on a reasonable factor other than age. This disparate impact provision in the ADEA is analogous to other civil rights laws, including Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Americans with Disabilities Act that aim to protect job applicants. For decades, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act's disparate impact provision has enabled older job applicants to have the means to push back against age discrimination in hiring practices. However, a judicially created loophole now restricts millions of older job seekers from seeking legal protections from hiring practices that have a disparate impact. In 2016, the 11th Circuit Court in Villarreal versus R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company narrowly interpreted the ADEA's disparate impact provision, barring claims made by older job applicants and drawing an arbitrary line that undermines the stated purpose of the statute. In 2019, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals similarly excluded job applicants from the disparate impact provisions of the ADEA in Kleber versus Care Fusion Corporation. Let's examine one of these decisions to see how it undermines congressional intent. In the Seventh Circuit's Kleber decision, a 58-year-old attorney with extensive prior work experience in corporate law applied for a senior counsel position with Care Fusion Corporation. The job posting included an experience cap, stating that applicants should have no more than 7 years of relevant legal experience. Despite Mr. Kleber's qualifications, he was not selected for an interview, and he filed suit alleging that the 7-year experience cap was an age discriminant policy with a statistically disparate impact on applicants over age 40. Ultimately, his case was dismissed by the Seventh Circuit when it held job applicants are not covered by the disparate impact provisions of the ADEA. While a discriminatory hiring policy cost Mr. Kleber an employment opportunity, the larger harm is that a law that was designed to prohibit just this sort of age discrimination now locks out millions from ever seeking a remedy. AARP's Laurie McCann noted the irony in her March 18, 2021 testimony at a recent joint subcommittee hearing, stating that the ADEA prohibits hiring discrimination, but not for job applicants. As noted in the Kleber petition seeking cert from the Supreme Court,
Without a disparate impact remedy, outside applicants are defenseless against covert and indirect discriminatory policies and practices that deny older job applicants fair treatment. Let there be no mistake. A central goal, arguably the most central goal of the ADEA, is to prevent age discrimination in hiring. Our job today with this legislation is to ensure that we address unfair employment practices that make it harder for older people to find jobs. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Are there others who wish to speak to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment. Miller Meeks, H.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a minute. We're gonna, if someone wishes to speak to the amendment nature of substitute first, then we'll get to.
I do wish to speak, Mr.
amendments.
Chairman.
Okay,
The nature of the
Young lady,
substitute. I
the
believe
ranking member, Dr. Fox, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we wouldn't have this problem if we were in the room, but I wish to claim time to speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Young lady is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the
Thank
last
you,
word.
Mr. Chairman. I oppose the substitute amendment in the underlying legislation for many reasons. To begin with, HR 3992 was introduced only a month ago, and this committee has not held a hearing on the bill. There's key information we gathered during the committee hearing process that proves crucial to understanding policy implications. In this case, amending the ADEA to apply disparate impact theory to job applicants will have a complicated array of consequences. We've not explored any of them, and uninvestigated federal intervention is reckless. Voters expect us to do our jobs. It is not too much to ask that members of this committee do the bare minimum. If we'd taken the time to actually review the bill and hear directly from outside stakeholders and experts, there are several unexamined implications I believe would discourage the majority of committee members from further pursuing this legislation. For instance, I think we can all agree we want Job Corps students to transition into the workforce successfully. This substitute amendment may limit employers' ability to conduct recruiting activities at these centers because of Job Corps' younger population. It is very possible that plaintiffs can use the new legal protection of the bill to claim businesses' Job Corps recruiting practices have a disparate income on older applicants. Surely this committee does not want to disadvantage one of its own programs. This same threat to standard employer recruitment activities will likely manifest itself in apprenticeship programs, internship programs, and normal online recruiting activities. I know many members of Congress host job fairs in their district. It's a worthy endeavor to connect employers to ambitious students, graduates, and workers looking to get ahead. But if this bill becomes law, businesses will hesitate to participate in job fairs or similar events at high schools and colleges for fear of lawsuits. Trial lawyers will have a field day pursuing frivolous claims, but Job Corps students, recent college graduates, and prospective interns looking to get a foot in the door of the workforce will lose under this proposal. The substitute amendment also impedes employers' use of the background check process. Background checks are a routine tool used to produce critical information about the fitness of candidates for certain jobs. Under this bill, a plaintiff could claim the date of birth information gathered during the process had a disparate impact on older job applicants. Undoubtedly, industries that have a good reason to consider background checks will shy away from doing so in the future should the legislation get signed into law. To review, we don't have any data to suggest this bill is necessary, and the legislation will undoubtedly make it harder to connect job seekers to employers. That would be reason enough even during economically robust times to disregard this proposal. But we do not live in normal economic times. Our nation is grappling with the economic fallout of the pandemic. Businesses are desperate for qualified workers of all ages to fill any of the over 9 million available jobs. Finding talent is difficult enough without this legislation targeting employers' reasonable hiring practices. HR 3992 throws a wet blanket on our economy. Our committee could be considering any number of policies to turbocharge growth, but Democrats are choosing simultaneously to elevate political allies and stifle job opportunities for American workers. Several of my Republican colleagues plan to offer constructive, common sense amendments to the bill, all of which I support. I urge all my colleagues to support these amendments also and oppose the underlying bill, which will have numerous negative consequences for students, graduates, workers, and job creators. The committee can do better, and the American people deserve better. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is yielded back. Does anyone seek recognition on
Yes,
the
Mr. Chairman, I
amendment
move-
nature of substitute?
Yes,
The
Mr. Chairman, I move.
gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague, Representative Wild, for offering this amendment in the nature of the substitute, which I support, as well as the underlying legislation. Americans are living and working longer, and we have to do all we can to make sure they are protected from age discrimination. Last month, the House passed the bipartisan Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act, which I was pleased to co-lead with Chairman Scott. This bill, PWADA, restored the anti-discrimination protections under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act that were weakened in the Supreme Court's 2009 decision in Gross versus FPL Financial Services. The bill was the product of bipartisan bicameral negotiations, and today we have the opportunity to build on those important protections for older workers. And this is an issue that we did discuss in the subcommittee hearing, the joint subcommittee hearing on workplace discrimination. Congress first recognized the need to protect older workers from discrimination when it enacted the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. Unfortunately, the ADEA does not currently cover job applicants seeking relief from age discrimination because, as Representative Wild noted, in 2016, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals held that the ADEA disparate impact statute only covers employees, not older applicants who experience age discrimination employment actions. In 2019, the 7th Circuit adopted the same interpretation. This is what happens when courts differ. We have the opportunity to clarify the legislation. Both of those decisions rejected long-held interpretations of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission that the ADEA permits disparate impact claims made by job applicants, as well as the Supreme Court's interpretation of parallel language that covers applicants for purposes of disparate impact claims under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. As we discussed during the joint hearing between Civil Rights and Human Services and Workforce Protection Subcommittee earlier this year, any unlawful discrimination in the workplace or in the job application process is unacceptable. We heard from witnesses about the importance of protections for job applicants under ADEA. The Protecting Older Job Applicants Act accomplishes this goal. The bill is a simple fix, not a parade of horribles, to the disparate impact language of the ADEA to clarify that older applicants for employment are also protected from age discrimination under federal law. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to protect our constituents who are experiencing age discrimination when they apply for a job. Please support this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Takano.
I seek recognition.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Recognition to strike the last word.
And recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do need this legislation. We do need the ADEA, and we and here's why: 44% of older Americans report being asked for age-related information when applying for a job. And 3/4 of workers aged 45 and older blame age discrimination for their lack of confidence in finding a new job. Now more than ever, as we're trying to lift our country out of a pandemic and all of the concomitant effects it's had on the job market, our older workers need protection against discrimination now more than ever. So I'd like to express my strong and deep support for this legislation. Just last month, the House passed the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act of 2021, otherwise known as PAWADA, which reduces the evidentiary burdens of claims of age discrimination under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, the ADEA. However, even with the reforms provided for under PAWADA, the ADEA still does not cover job applicants seeking relief from age discrimination. An amendment to PAWADA was filed in June 2021, but was unfortunately deemed non-germane by the parliamentarian. Now, to remedy this gap in protections under ADEA, a standalone bill is now required, and that is what we are doing here today under what is being considered before the committee right this very moment. So I'm thankful for this opportunity to fix the problem that was deemed non-germane by the parliamentarian. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of HR 3992, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? Does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition on the amendment? Yes, no? No? Okay, if no one else seeks recognition, we will now consider amendments to the amendment and nature of the substitute. And gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment, Miller Meeks H33 or 3992 ANS AM 001 at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3992 offered by Mrs. Miller of Iowa, identifier 3992 ANS _AM _001.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is tremendous concern that HR 3992 will discourage employers from sponsoring or participating in job fairs and recruiting and interviewing students at high schools, job corps centers, colleges, and universities because a plaintiff could claim disparate impact discrimination on facially neutral policies. This amendment ensures the bill will not interfere with or jeopardize these common and yet vital practices that help students find jobs and pursue careers. Under HR 3992, an employer's facially neutral practice, such as focusing recruiting efforts on a college, could be unlawful because these efforts could allegedly have a disparate negative impact on older workers, since students at these institutions are younger in age on average. If this bill becomes law, employers will have to think twice before participating in job fairs at high schools or colleges, or otherwise focusing job recruiting efforts at these institutions. The strong potential of facing disparate impact lawsuits will deter employers from recruiting at schools and colleges. In fact, even without the changes proposed in HR 3992, trial lawyers are already targeting employers who recruit job applicants on college campuses. My common sense amendment ensures that employers are not prohibited or limited from recruiting and interviewing students at high schools, job corps centers, colleges, and universities, as long as these recruiting efforts are not intended to discriminate because of age. We should ensure that legislation does not have unintended negative consequences But HR 3992 fails miserably in this regard when it comes to ensuring job opportunities for current and future workers. This amendment will simply guarantee that students can continue to connect with employers who participate in job fairs and other job recruitment efforts as schools and colleges. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Gentleman from
Chairman.
Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. And again, I think it's important to step back for a second to remind ourselves what we're talking about here, which is that Congresswoman Wild's bill will basically restore the status of older workers to be on par with women, racial minorities, ethnic groups who, again, are all protected by anti-discrimination statutes, and which for 53 years, older Americans who are job applicants were protected as well until this radical decision that was handed down by the Seventh Circuit a couple of years ago, which again, suddenly put older Americans into a different category than other protected groups. So for 53 years, I never heard of anyone claiming that a job fair at a high school or a Job Corps center was a violation of the Older Americans Act. The fact of the matter is that someone may think that's a great case, but I think they would be laughed out of court. And what the amendment I think risks doing is it introducing an element of intent as an additional element for bringing a claim on disparate treatment. And again, I just think it's fixing a problem that doesn't exist with the gentlewoman's underlying bill. I also just want to say, I mean, the majority on this committee has a very strong record of supporting programs and policies that support young people trying to get skills. The National Apprenticeship Act, which was actually the first bill that the speaker brought to the floor back in February, was the reauthorization and enlargement of the National Apprenticeship Program, which emanated from this committee. And again, the examples abound in terms of our commitment to making sure that young people, particularly again, as this economy restarts, have the skill set and the opportunities to take advantage of job openings that are going to continue to crop up again as the pandemic recession recovery, which again, the American Rescue Plan is really leading the charge in terms of creating new economic opportunity is going to continue. So again, the purpose of this bill is to make sure that older Americans are protected exactly the same way as other protected classes, restoring their rights that existed for 53 years and had absolutely no adverse effect in terms of recruitment programs that take place at job centers, high schools, community colleges, you name it. Again, this is an issue which really sidetracks what I think is the intent of the bill, which is to restore people's rights, older American people's rights that had existed for decades, and not get sort of treated differently than other protected groups. We should have parity for all protected groups. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek to speak to the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The question is on the amendment and a recorded vote has been requested. That will be rolled with the others. The next, does the gentleman from Georgia have an amendment, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, Allen H3992 ANS AM 002 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3992 offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia. Identifier H3992 ANS _AM _002.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it's currently written, HR 3992 will discourage employers from operating apprenticeship and internship programs. However, the amendment I am offering today would ensure that the bill will not deter employers from starting and maintaining apprenticeship and internship programs, which are vital in placing new entrants to the workforce, providing valuable skills and a foot in the door to a successful career. As many of us know, participants in internship and apprenticeship programs tend to be younger workers, and employers often later hire apprentices or interns as full-time employees. Under the bill, trial lawyers could claim that older workers are less likely to participate in an internship or apprenticeship program and are therefore further disadvantaged in the hiring process entirely. The threat of disparate impact lawsuits created by HR 3992 will deter businesses from operating apprenticeship and internship programs. This will be devastating for workers and will limit important opportunities for job seekers to enter or re-enter the labor market. Employers in my district in Georgia and businesses across the country have been leading the way in creating new, innovative apprenticeship programs in nursing, advanced manufacturing, and in the technology industry. The last thing we should do is pass a law that prevents employers from implementing these highly valued and successful programs. My amendment ensures that employers are not prohibited or limited from operating apprenticeship and internship programs if these programs are not intended to discriminate because of age. Thus, my amendment will allow employers to continue offering and expanding these important programs that now more than ever will help Americans return to work and acquire the skills and experience they need to have a successful career. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to protect apprenticeship and internship programs, and I yield back.
Thank you.
I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you. And did you withdraw your point of order on the first amendment?
Chairman, I withdraw that as well.
Okay, thank you. I recognize myself on behalf on the amendment. Just to say that there's been no indication through history that this has been a problem, and so it's a solution in search of a problem. The bill, this bill has the point that disparate impact. This amendment undermines the point of the disparate impact statute of ADEA by creating an employer loophole for internships and apprenticeships under the disparate impact provisions of the law by requiring proof of intent. Now, the plaintiff cannot know what's in somebody's mind. So if someone is just discreet about what they're doing and has all kinds of discriminatory intent but doesn't say it, you can't prove it. The underlying bill seeks to protect older workers from hiring practices that substantially discriminate on the basis of age, absent a reasonable factor other than age. And there's been zero evidence that disparate impact hiring claims hurt internships or apprenticeship programs. We know this is true. For 50 years, there have been no ADEA claims in this regard. And so we're just looking for a problem that doesn't exist. Furthermore, the federal district courts in California and Texas have both ruled that ADEA, disparate impact hiring claims, are allowed, and there's been no noticeable impact on hiring in those jurisdictions. There's no evidence that these decisions from 2017 and 2018 have led to a drop-off in internships and apprenticeships offered to younger workers. And because the amendment is unnecessary, I encourage my colleagues to vote no and yield back the balance of my time. Anyone else seek time on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I seek to strike the
Young
last
lady
word.
from Oregon is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to align myself with the comments of Representative Courtney and Chairman Scott. I'm a strong supporter of Job Corps and apprenticeship programs. But when we really look at this in the big picture, as Mr. Courtney said, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act has been around since 1967, protecting job applicants from age discrimination until just a few years ago in two circuits. So what we have now is this patchwork across the country. And we have the opportunity today to fix that. So all of our constituents are protected against age discrimination. And again, as Chairman Scott said, there's been no cases over the years, decades, that the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, since it's been law, that have challenged the programs that we're talking about in these amendments today. So I encourage all my colleagues to reject this amendment and the prior amendment. Let's pass this legislation, the amendment in nature as a substitute, and protect all of our constituents from age discrimination in job applications. And I yield back the balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the Allen Amendment? If not, the question is on the Allen Amendment. A reservation of the point of order has been withdrawn. The question is on the Allen Amendment. All in favor of the Allen Amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No.
No. No.
The ayes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested and will be considered at the end. Does anyone else have, are there other members with amendments? Gentlelady from Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment Letlow H3992 ANSAM 003 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3992 offered by Letlow of Louisiana. Identifier H3992 underscore ANS underscore AM underscore 003.
The gentlelady from
I reserve a point of order.
the point of order is reserved. The gentlelady from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HR 3992 will unfortunately discourage employers from posting job openings on popular websites used by workers to find job opportunities such as LinkedIn or Indeed. As such, HR 3992 will harm millions of workers who seek and find employment on these online job search sites. This amendment ensures the bill will not deter employers from posting job openings on these websites, and that job seekers will continue to find job opportunities online. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there are currently 9.2 million job openings in the United States, and there are 9.5 million unemployed Americans. Especially in this time of economic recovery, we need every avenue available to connect job seekers with their preferred job. The last thing Congress should do is jeopardize job opportunities for millions of Americans by making it more difficult for employers to communicate job openings online. And yet, unfortunately, HR 3992 would do just that. Under HR 3992, an employer's facially neutral practice, such as posting a job opening on a job search website, could be unlawful because this posting would allegedly have a disparate negative impact on older workers. For example, approximately 80% of LinkedIn users are estimated to be between the ages of 18 and 34. Under the bill, posting on LinkedIn could be unlawful because this would disadvantage older job seekers who are less likely to use this website, and employers will have to think twice before posting job openings on these widely used platforms. This is exactly what Congress should not be doing. We want job seekers to know about every potential job available during times of economic uncertainty. This amendment merely ensures that employers are not prohibited or limited from posting job openings online, provided these postings are not intended to discriminate because of age. The amendment will thus allow all Americans to continue to have as many avenues as possible to locate and find jobs. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to safeguard job opportunities for American workers, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you. I recognize myself on the amendment, just to say that This is similar to the last amendment and its effect. All of us want to make sure that job seekers are able to apply for jobs regardless of age, but this amendment too is not necessary. The amendment creates a rule of construction that protects employees at the most critical stage of hiring, where older workers are discriminated against the most at the initial job search stage. This is when stereotypes of older workers are most persistent and hurt older workers, and we should seek to end those practices, not protect them. By including an intent component to this statute, this amendment muddles the ADEA disparate impact provision, because disparate impact does not include an intent requirement. This amendment also runs against the intent of the underlying bill, which seeks to protect older workers from age discrimination in hiring practices unless the employer can show it as a reasonable factor other than age. For example, if an employer includes a hiring limitation on a job search website excluding workers with more than 5 years of job experience, that is potentially age discrimination practice that this bill seeks to prevent, but this amendment would in fact protect. Because the amendment creates ambiguity in the disparate impact provisions of the ADA, I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the gentleman from California has withdrawn his point of order, so the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Louisiana will vote aye.
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 All
Aye.
opposed? All opposed will vote no.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote on my amendment.
Recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled to the end. The final amendment we have is the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Does he wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has an amendment. The desk clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3992, offered by Mr. Keller of Pennsylvania. Identifier H3992 ANS _AM _004.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from California reserves a point of order. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before considering any legislation, this committee should first make a determination about whether the proposal is actually needed, and then carefully study the pending legislation to determine whether it will adequately and positively address the issue it purports to address. Unfortunately, the committee Democrats have failed on both counts on HR 3992. The bill was first introduced about a month ago on June 17th, and the committee has not held any hearings on the legislation. As such, we are flying blind at today's markup. At a subcommittee level hearing covering 4 different bills in March, a Democrat invited witness in her written testimony briefly discussed the 7th Circuit's decision on the Kleber case, which HR 3992 would overturn. The passing reference in the testimony did not mention any related legislation. HR 3992, which authorizes disparate impact claims for job applicants under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, has wide-ranging implications that the committee must examine thoroughly. Significantly, we have no data on whether excluding job applicants from disparate impact coverage under the ADEA has a significant negative impact on older job applicants. To date, there have been no circuit court decisions ruling the ADEA authorizes job applicants to sue under disparate impact theory. Further, no evidence has been presented to indicate that this bill is necessary, and no testimony or information has been provided to the committee from stakeholders about the numerous impacts this sweeping bill would have on job seekers and business owners. Given the lack of data on the issue, this amendment requires the Government Accountability Office to conduct a needed study on whether excluding job applicants from disparate impact coverage under the ADEA has a significant negative impact on older job applicants. If the study finds no such impact, the bill would not go into effect. This committee should not legislate in the dark. Unfortunately, this is exactly what we are doing. This amendment will shed some much needed light on a far-reaching bill introduced only a month ago that the committee has failed to examine prior to today's markup. I thank you for allowing me to present the offer the amendment, and I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman from California withdraws the point of order, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. First, in terms of the hearings, we've had years of hearings on the ADEA and PWOTA, and quite frankly, the fact that the Protecting Older Workers Against Discrimination Act didn't protect job applicants came as quite a surprise to many of us. We just assumed that if you're protecting older workers against discrimination in employment, that of course it includes the job application process, but it is what it is. So I think if you look back in all of those hearings, you will see the need for job applications. The conditioning the effect on legislation on a GAO study empowers the GAO to actually legislate. They will decide whether a bill goes into effect or not, or by delaying and never coming to a conclusion, they can slow walk the legislation so that it never takes place. We should either pass the bill or not based on what we think the situation is, not transfer that authority to the GAO. And further, if there is in fact no impact of these kinds of cases on applicants, then no one has a case. You have to prove your case. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message. And you have to prove your case. And if there's no discrimination in these cases, then obviously you don't have a case. So I would hope that we would defeat the amendment and then pass the bill. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, excuse me.
Chairman, I move to strike.
Congressman Scott.
Yes, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Right. I believe this is a huge problem. I think the biggest problem of discrimination we have in the country is older Americans. All you got to do is talk to someone over 55 and see how much success they have in finding a job. On the other end, there's a very significant piece of legislation. I'm going to vote for the amendment just because I feel at a minimum we ought to have a hearing. And maybe the hearing will generate more support for the bill. Who knows? But it's significant enough that I do strongly believe we should have a hearing. And I think voting for this amendment is, like I said, maybe having a hearing would even increase the ability the bill will pass in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman,
The gentlelady from Oregon.
thank you. I move to strike the last word.
For 5 minutes, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is not necessary, nor is the GAO report, because as was explained earlier, the law has been in place since 1967, and applicants were protected until the 7th Circuit decision just a few years ago, and the 11th Circuit just 2 years ago. So all we have to do is look at everything that happened between 1967 and 2016, and we get our answer. And it's clear that people who are applying for jobs deserve to be protected from age discrimination. So I urge rejection of the amendment and passage of the amendment in the nature of the substitute and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Chairman, I seek recognition.
Just a minute. Gentleman from California, someone else would seek recognition?
Fred Keller from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has already spoken. Does another member on that side want to seek recognition so they can yield to Mr. Keller?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I asked for time to speak in favor of the amendment.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yes.
Just like the last word.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Keller of Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. What I wanted to mention, and it was brought up by the chairman about ceding power to the GAL. We are not. We're specifically saying that based upon information, which we should all welcome, whether or not this would take place. So we set the parameters that says, hey, look, if it shows this is happening, then this is what happens. It does not cede any power to the GAL. It simply says that they should conduct a study, okay, and find out what's really happening. To find out, as the chairman mentioned on some of the other amendments that he opposed, do we have a solution in search of a problem? So if we really want to get to that, do we have a solution in search of a problem? I don't know why the chairman would be opposing this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Chairman, I seek recognition to strike the last word.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you would think that this was October 31st, given the number of scarecrows that the minority has creatively constructed, otherwise known as the straw man argument. You know, the straw man argument is where you create something that isn't anything, but seems to be scary. We've seen the specter raised about job centers and colleges and universities not being able to have job fairs. We've seen the argument put forward that employers would not be able to operate apprenticeships or internship programs. We've seen the argument put forward that employers would not be able to use LinkedIn or other job, online job posting portals. All ridiculous, all straw man arguments. Today is June 15th. June 15th, the day that the refundable child tax credit is going to be hitting people's bank accounts, a transformative program. Today is June 15th, not October 31st. So this amendment by Mr. Keller is nothing but a delay tactic. Protections for older Americans existed since 1967. And as my colleagues have pointed out, it is only because of recent appeals court rulings that have created this confusion. Let's look at why it is so necessary to pass this legislation. Let's look at the case and reject the amendment by Mr. Keller. Let's look at the case of Dale Kleber, who was a 58-year-old lawyer with extensive prior experience in corporate law when he applied for an in-house counsel position with Care Fusion Corporation in 2014. In violation of the ADEA, the position required applicants to have no more than 7 years of relevant legal experience to apply, and Kleber was denied the opportunity to even interview for the job. Now, this is an obvious case of disparate impact age discrimination, yet because the 7th and 11th circuits have barred disparate impact claims to outside applicants, Kleber and others like him cannot pursue claims in those circuits. Ironically, if the attorney, Mr. Kleber, was already working at Care Fusion with Kleber's same qualifications, applied for that same position, that person would be able to file a disparate impact claim in those circuits. So if you were already employed and applied for that position within your company, a disparate impact claim would apply. But if you're an outside person applying for that position, it would not. This makes no sense, I think, to most Americans, and it's time for it's time to fix this disparity. Furthermore, this amendment is simply intended to delay indefinitely the implementation. And I note with no deadline for GAO to conduct a study and report back to Congress. This is a cynical amendment that will not protect workers from discrimination, will only lead to delays to providing needed relief. I'm glad to hear that my colleague from Wisconsin recognizes that older Americans do face discrimination and that they do need protections. So I expect, even without this amendment, that I can expect to see the gentleman also support the bill. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and vote yes on the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Are the others who wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed will vote no.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania requests a recorded vote. That vote will be rolled to the end. That appears to, are there other amendments? That appears to be the last one. So we will suspend consideration of the bill to the end as we consider those amendments and proceed to the next bill, HR 729. And the clerk will designate the bill.
HR 729 to establish a strength and diversity program and for other purposes.
The bill was circulated in advance, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 729 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier ANS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open for amendment at any point. The amendment in nature of a substitute was distributed electronically in advance, and I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in nature of a substitute. I'm proud to offer this amendment in nature of a substitute, which makes it important improvements in the Strength and Diversity Act. This amendment contains provisions to ensure that grantees improve teacher diversity and work to create diverse schools. Specifically, this amendment expands the application requirements to include teacher diversity. The amendment also expands the implementation grant and implementation grant activities to include increasing teacher diversity. As our nation's students recover from an unprecedented global pandemic, it has widened achievement gaps and deepened disparities in educational opportunity. The Strength and Diversity Act would make a bold step to address the persistent segregation and discrimination in our public education system today. While the Trump administration derailed school integration efforts by rescinding the racial diversity guidance and eliminating a small $12 million grant program, the Opening Doors Expanding Opportunity Program, school districts across the country are continuing to pursue integration in public schools. The Strength and Diversity Act would provide states and school districts with the resources and tools to implement voluntary integration plans that are effective and can withstand constitutional challenges. The school integration is proven to help students of color succeed in school by closing achievement gaps and promoting more equitable access to resources. The most rigorous study to date on school desegregation showed that Black students who attended desegregated schools were more likely to graduate from high school, attend and complete college, and attend a more selective college and earn higher degrees. Further research shows that school integration results in more integrated communities, higher levels of social cohesion, and reduced racial prejudice. Last Congress, the Strength and Diversity Act passed the House with bipartisan support, and today my Republican colleagues have the same opportunity to join committee Democrats in providing critical resources to state and local leaders who are working towards equity in education. We must continue to confront, not ignore, the inequities in education if we're to realize the promise of the Supreme Court's decision in Brown v. Board of Education. The Strength and Diversity Act, which would provide the first new federal investment in school integration in nearly 50 years, is a meaningful step in the right direction. So I urge members to support the amendment in nature of a substitute and the underlying bills. I yield back the balance of my time. And are there members who wish to be recognized on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
It's the gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe the substitute amendment and the underlying legislation is well-intentioned, but misguided attempts to fix our languishing school systems. Republicans and Democrats alike believe discriminatory policies and state-sanctioned segregation are absolutely repugnant and immoral. That is why these malicious ideas are illegal. We must not shy away from defending and upholding our civil rights laws. And I agree, concentrated poverty in schools is a problem worthy of our consideration. Parents want a high-quality education system that provides all students and their families an opportunity to succeed. Sadly, far too many of our nation's schools fall short of this expectation. Diverse schools increase tolerance and improve educational outcomes. But a new federal government program controlled by Washington is not to be the key to diversifying our schools. I believe the bill misdiagnoses the problem, and therefore the proposed solution is flawed. The ANS will do more to exacerbate our K-12 system's weaknesses than fix them. The federal government has a long history of promising that additional spending, strict performance metrics, and new programs would be the solution for struggling students. But we have seen this playbook before, and it does not work. Unelected Washington bureaucrats setting outcome goals for local school districts didn't work with No Child Left Behind, and it won't work here. Competitive grant funding rarely makes its way to the people who need assistance the most. New programs are chronically underfunded when they are funded at all, and even under the best circumstances, funding reaches only a handful of school districts nationwide. The proposal under consideration today is no different. This bill makes big promises it cannot possibly fulfill. I urge my colleagues to reject the bill and work in a bipartisan good faith with Republicans to address the root of this problem. Republicans will offer amendments during this markup to address the weaknesses in this bill. We will offer a substitute amendment that would ensure nearly every school district in the country has federal funds to increase racial and socioeconomic diversity in their schools. We will also offer an amendment to address the most glaring weaknesses in this bill. Brown versus Board of Education prohibited the state from assigning students to schools based on race. Now is the time to take the next step forward by giving families choice and more options to select the learning environment that works best for their child. Trapping kids in low-performing schools with no means of escape is wrong. Republicans are responsive to the overwhelming number of parents who are desperate for the freedom to select a learning environment their children deserve. Amendments we will offer today empower our constituents over political special interest. The federal government does not have all the answers. Difficult problems require thoughtful solutions. The ANS in its current form makes promises that will inevitably fail to increase access to high-performing schools. And I urge members to vote no, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does others wish to speak to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Fox, thank you for hosting the markup. All of the bills before us for consideration are much needed. We need to support survivors of violence and those who have experienced age discrimination at the workplace. As an educator, I am pleased to see that 2 of the bills we're marking up today speak specifically to discrimination students, the experiences that they have, which is why I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Strength and Diversity Act of 2021. The Strength and Diversity Act of 2021 aims to support local schools in their desegregation efforts. Brown versus Board of Education was decided in 1954. 1954. That's when segregation in our schools was deemed unconstitutional. So I want to note for the record that we are now 67 years out from that landmark decision. And that's an extraordinarily long period of time to rectify a wrong. The importance of school integration should not be taken lightly. Engaging actively to ensure diverse schools and by extension, diverse communities should be a policy priority on both sides of the aisle. We need the funding to make integration happen. Encouraging diversity in our schools will foster empathy and compassion in the generations of students to come. These students will become adults who recognize the benefits of diverse communities and understand the value of diversity. This bill not only advocates for desegregation, but also for a more diverse teaching workforce. So I've said it before, that children will be what they see. So when students have role models who inspire them, their lives will be changed forever. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Does others wish to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin. You muted yourself. Okay.
Okay, I think we've got. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I seek recognition to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I rise in strong support of H.R. 729, the Strength and Diversity Act. I thank you, Chairman Scott, and our colleague Mondaire Jones for bringing this important bill to markup today. Nearly 20 years after Brown v. Board of Education, lesser known Supreme Court cases like Milken versus Bradley determined that segregation was allowed if not considered an explicit policy of each school district. This meant schools and communities were not held responsible for desegregation. Busing policies meant to desegregate inner city schools and suburban schools were abandoned, and the inequality created by racist redlining and exclusionary housing policies continued, keeping Black Americans out of the suburbs and trapped in underfunded schools to this day. Indeed, today, Mr. Chairman, the school system implicated in Milken v. Bradley, Detroit's, is more segregated than it was in 1974. This bill will provide grants to improve racial and socioeconomic diversity in public schools, an essential step toward fulfilling the promise of Brown v. Board and ending the segregation that continues to plague school districts across the country, including in Michigan's 9th District, which I represent. Thurgood Marshall, the Supreme Court's first Black justice, offered this prescient warning in dissent on Milken v. Bradley. Unless our children begin to learn together, there is little hope that our people will ever learn to live together and understand each other. As we reckon with our nation's past and work to dismantle racist institutions that have stood for far too long, let us heed Justice Marshall's words and let us not forget our children, all of our children. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Do others wish to speak to the amendment in nature of a substitute? If not,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very proud to co-sponsor the Strength and Diversity Act and the Chairman's Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act. Following the landmark Brown versus Board of Education decision, our nation made substantial gains in desegregating schools to provide equal education. We reached the height of school desegregation in 1988, when 44% of African-American students attended integrated schools. But today, it's under 25%. We didn't arrive at these low rates because Brown v. Board didn't work, but because the Reagan and Bush administrations stifled progress through consistent legal assaults on desegregation orders. And the Supreme Court accelerated these attacks through weakening desegregation plans, including as recently as 2007 in the Community Schools v. Seattle case. Today, the result is that students are more racially and socioeconomically isolated in our public schools than since Brown v. Board. I am very sad to say that my district has the biggest Black-white achievement gap in Washington state and the 5th biggest achievement gap among the nation's 200 largest school districts. Nationally, students of color are 60% more likely to be in high poverty schools compared to 8% of white students. We need meaningful solutions to prevent further segregation for every child because they all deserve equal opportunity no matter where they grow up. All students, white, Black, and brown, benefit from integrated school environments through stronger academic performance, including supporting civic and social emotional growth by challenging perspectives and reducing racial bias. To ensure that all can access a quality education, succeed academically, earn more in the future, and advance racial and socioeconomic equity, the federal government must actively provide them the best resources by diversifying schools and for all Americans. That's why the Strength and Diversity Act is a necessary, bold step forward to address school segregation. This proposal would provide federal funding to help address racial and socioeconomic isolation, to recruit and retain diverse teachers, and help attract students to diversify schools. By offering support to schools that are implementing or improving their diversity initiatives, we are fulfilling the promise of Brown v. Board to our students and our society. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I also want to mention that promoting inclusive environments for all students to learn is equally important to achieving student success and racial equity. And that's why not long after Brown v. Board, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to bar intentional and disparate impact policies and practices. That allowed parents and students to seek legal remedy against education policies that negatively affected their right to quality education. But in 2001, a Supreme Court opinion stripped victims of discrimination of the right to bring disparate impact claims under the Civil Rights Act. And years later, students and parents still need the Civil Rights Act at its full strength to root out systemic racism and fight for their right to a full and just education. I was horrified to learn that in 2019, a Black student in Seattle was alleged to have been repeatedly locked outside in a cage for misbehavior. Students of color, particularly Black boys, are more likely to be surveilled and punished for behavior similar to their peers, and they're 3 times as likely to be suspended or expelled. This is alarming, and holding institutions accountable for inappropriate discipline that disparately affects students of color is the surest way to prevent future instances of discrimination. That is why I'm proud to support the bill that we will be discussing, the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act, because it fully restores the right for families to file disparate impact claims under the Civil Rights Act. It would also require schools to have specialized staff to thoroughly investigate complaints of discrimination and assist parents, students, and staff in seeking justice. I thank the chairman for working with me to include language that will help publicize these complaints and working with me in the future to encourage victims to come forward. We have a responsibility to guarantee a quality education for every student, a responsibility to give students an environment to learn and thrive free from discrimination and harassment. And that is why these 2 bills are so important as we proactively address the school segregation crisis we have in our country and restore the rights and the dignities of victims of discrimination to seek legal resource when they've been harmed by discriminatory policies. I thank the chairman and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment nature of a substitute? If not, does anyone have an amendment to the amendment nature of substitute? My distinguished colleague from Virginia, Mr. Good, do you have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I do have Amendment Good 50 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 729 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier good _ 050.
Mr. Chair,
Gentlelady from Connecticut,
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
point of order is reserved. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we should all agree that hate, racism, and division have no place in our children's schools. Despite the shortcomings of the bill itself, the phrase strength and diversity correctly acknowledges that our differences do indeed make us stronger. Unfortunately, our children are not learning this fundamental truth. Critical race theory inspired curriculum, regardless under which title it is presented, has infiltrated all levels of our education system and attacks the very basis upon which our great nation was founded, the recognition that we are all created equal. CRT and related ideology teach children that their skin color defines them, that those guilty of being born white bear the burden and responsibility for the sins of others from previous generations. Similarly, minority children are taught they cannot succeed because of the color of their skin. This is not only emotionally abusive, but it ignores the countless accomplishments minorities have achieved in the United States, including the example of former President Obama being elected and re-elected leader of the free world, arguably the most difficult accomplishment possible. Obama's election was a total repudiation of the left's narrative of systemic racism in America, because this accomplishment was dependent on the support of the majority of Americans. Continue to tell elementary school students that they are racist or that they are systemically oppressed is dishonest, divisive, dangerous, and denies the true racial progress we have made in this country. In an effort to dismantle the, quote, oppressor class, our schools, our teachers' unions, and Department of Education have instead become the oppressors by turning our children against their country and against one another. Virginia is illustrating the danger of this politicized, factually bankrupt curriculum. Increasingly, we're seeing parents courageously step up and reject this state-sponsored racism in counties that are both traditionally Republican and Democrat. Last week, I had the honor of speaking at a school board meeting in Bedford County, Virginia, in my district, and witnessing this grassroots movement. Sadly, we see the media, the left, and the teachers' unions continue to try to use smoke and mirrors to deceive parents and just rename critical race theory and teach it under another name. And they often seek to smear the brave parents who are coming forward with their concern. So that's why I'm offering this amendment, which will protect all students from discrimination by ensuring that the Department of Education does not use grants under HR 729 to coerce states and school districts into implementing curriculum or teaching strategies that violate Title VI of the Civil Rights Act by discriminating against students on the basis of race, color, or national origin. This amendment also expresses the sense of this Congress against the divisiveness of critical race theory and in support of an honest teaching of American history, including the truthful, positive, and negative aspects grounded in the nation's founding principles that we are all created equal by God. America did not become the land of the free by accident. We must vigorously defend our freedoms, accurately teach our nation's history, and remind the next generation that no matter their race, creed, or sex, they have the greatest opportunity to succeed in the United States of America, the greatest country in the history of the world. My amendment will do just that, and so I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition.
Which gentlelady from North Carolina?
I'm sorry, Ms. Adams.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the past year, Republican politicians across the country have stoked a divisive debate about how educators choose to teach history and issues of racial injustice in schools. However, there's one thing that all of my colleagues should be able to agree on, that our job in Congress is not to rewrite textbooks or to control teachers' lesson plans. In fact, I remind my colleagues that federal education laws explicitly prohibit federal control over curriculum. Now, this amendment is not about supporting students. It's about making a political statement at students' expense. This amendment would threaten to strip schools of funding and strip states and school boards of their ability to make decisions about what is taught in their classrooms. By introducing this amendment, my colleagues are attempting to distract from the fact that they have repeatedly voted to block funding for public education as our nation's students struggle to recover from the pandemic. Every Republican voted against the American Rescue Plan, which secured historic funding to help schools reopen safely, keep students and staff safe, and make up for lost time in the classroom. Now, where students learn about America through an understanding of how history is intertwined with race, prejudice, and discrimination, they will better understand the world that they're in today. So we can't afford to ignore the civil rights movement of the 1960s, segregation, Jim Crow, and above all, slavery. We cannot allow partisan politics to undermine public education. We've got to stay focused on fulfilling Congress's role in education, securing the support for students that they need to get back on their feet, and ensuring that teachers can provide students with an honest, accurate, and high-quality education. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does someone else seek recognition? The other gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, Dr. Fox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I strongly support the amendment offered by Representative Good. During any debate, I think it's helpful to define the terms of the argument. Progress cannot occur until we have a mutual understanding of where each side is coming from. Critical race theory, or CRT, is an academic and legal theory which until recently was confined to ivory tower faculty lounges. Developed decades ago, the theory posits that racism is ingrained in the fabric of American society. Many CRT proponents argue that America is an inherently racist country. Some may argue America is irredeemably racist, a sentiment I strongly reject and all of my colleagues reject. There is no uniform or standard way to teach CRT, but there are common practices instructors may use. Curriculum and pedagogy influenced by CRT assign characteristics or assumptions to individuals based on the person's race, color, or national origin. To illustrate a point, teachers and students may separate to different groups based on those intrinsic characteristics, such as race, color, or national origin. These incidents are increasingly common throughout our educational system. Sadly, racism and racist people inflict injustice on minority Americans daily. Racism didn't disappear after the Civil War or after Brown v. Board or after the Civil Rights Acts became law. And incidentally, I want to say that the Civil Rights Acts would not have become law without Republican support. A larger proportion of Republicans in Congress voted for the Civil Rights Act than did Democrats. And it was the first Republican president who passed the who freed the slaves. To this day, our country struggles to exercise the lasting legacy of slavery and segregation. No one on the Republican side of the aisle denies that. Though we have made great progress, more can be done at all levels of society to teach greater tolerance and respect the dignity of every individual, regardless of that person's race, color, or creed. That is the creed of the American people. We want all Americans to be able to pursue happiness free from bigotry and hate. Our nation's history is imperfect, but our core ideals are not. We are concerned that putting money out there will have a huge influence on what is being taught in the schools, as we have seen in the past. I urge all members to support this amendment, which will restore decision-making to the local level, illuminate the importance of living up to the best of our founding principles, and I remind my colleagues that the word education is not in the Constitution and is not a stated function of the federal government. And with that, I yield back.
The general leader's time has expired. Are there others that wish to speak to the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman,
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, we're seeing critical race theory becoming more and more prevalent in schools across the country, especially the bigger cities where most of the members of the Education Committee and the majority party hail from. At a time when we should be unifying Americans, we cannot promote divisive narratives to our nation's children who will one day be the next generation of leaders. President Biden made false promises of bipartisanship and unity, but those promises immediately fell through when he embraced the warped views outlined in critical race theory in executive orders on the first day of his presidency. We cannot allow these destructive ideologies to become commonplace in our society, and more importantly, in the minds of our students who are the next generation of leaders. Thankfully, educators in my district in Kentucky are proud of their country and understand our history as one of overcoming obstacles. They are rejecting the teaching of critical race theory, and I appreciate them making the best decisions for the students they serve. I join with my colleagues in condemning this radical curriculum. I encourage everyone to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hope I don't violate the admonitions of the earlier conversation about insulting members, but I'm going to be very, very stern here, and I hope not condescending. My friend from Kentucky, the ranking member, Mr. Good, apparently don't know what critical race theory is. Now, I'm not sure that a lot of people do, but if you read the academic literature on critical race theory, what it relates to is government policy, how government policies have exacerbated discrimination in the country. I would defy all the members here who are so concerned about critical race theory from telling me one place in their state where it is being taught. We had a public hearing in Kentucky last week. Nobody could identify any place in K through 12 where critical race theory was taught. As a matter of fact, critical race theory is almost exclusively taught in law school because it relates to public policies. So we've talked a lot today about problems and solutions in search of a problem. This is certainly one of those as well. It's almost like passing that the Republicans have gotten tired of passing voting restriction laws to combat non-existent fraud. So they've come along to this trumped up problem. It seems to me, regardless of the fact that this isn't a problem, it basically doesn't exist, that what we're talking about here is denying the history of our country. Would you not think it is worth it to a high school student, even a middle school student in Alabama or Mississippi or Georgia or many of the places in the South to know that at one time the law prevented them to go to school with whites? Is that not a valuable piece of our history? That was a government policy that exacerbated discrimination. Would it not be the same with public accommodations, the same with restaurants, the same with drinking fountains? It seems to me that this is really a whitewashing of history crusade that is going on, not a legitimate debate about educational curricula. And I just think that it's time that we put this to sleep, because that's where it deserves to be. This is not a national issue. It's not a local issue. It's not happening It is purely an attempt to gin up a Republican base. And I resent it. I think it's insulting to the intelligence of our country that people don't think that we can handle our history. And I just would wish that we would spend our time talking about legitimate problems facing our country and our citizens, and not, again, trying to rile up emotions for a problem that doesn't exist. So
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
strongly-
ask the gentleman from Kentucky a question.
Go ahead. Yes,
Thank
Ranking
you.
Member. Sure.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Yarmouth.
Sure.
I have read the material, and I don't know whether you have or not, but I have read the material. And I always think it's important that we go back to the sources and read them. So I have. And if you have not read them, this is not ginned up problem.
Are you reclaiming my time? Because I haven't gotten the question yet. But if you're talking about the material from Mr. Rufo, which has been widely discredited, then
No, sir. I've read the project. I've read the material from the New York Times, because that's
we're
what
talking
we're
about
talking
Project 1619, which had nothing to do with critical race theory. Reclaiming my time, I'm going to end by saying I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. And I yield back.
Gentleman's yielded back. Does anyone else seek time on the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chairman,
just a minute. Does anyone else seek time on the amendment?
Manning from North Carolina.
Okay, let me see if someone on the other side is seeking recognition. It doesn't appear so. Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to associate myself with the remarks of Representative Yarmouth. I believe this amendment is at best a red herring. Without saying anything more, I would just like to urge everyone to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. Do the others wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye.
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 Strongly.
Aye.
All opposed will vote no.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman, may I have a recorded vote, please?
Gentlelady from Connecticut,
I withdraw my point of order.
point of order is withdrawn. The, did I understand you asked for a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Virginia, okay.
Thank you, sir.
The reservation of the point of order is withdrawn and a recorded vote is requested. Gentleman from Connecticut, do you have an amendment? Mr.
I do,
Courtney?
Mr. Chairman, there's an amendment at the desk, Courtney 018.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 729 offered by Mr. Courtney of Connecticut, identifier COURTN_018.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple amendment. It's one sentence long. It says that no provision of this act, meaning the bill we're considering, shall be construed to authorize any department, agency, officer, or employee of the United States to exercise any direction, supervision, or control over the curriculum, program of instruction, administration, or personnel of any educational institution, school, or school system. Again, this is actually black letter federal education law. It goes back to 1970, again, in the wake of the Great Society initiatives, which created the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And again, it was a law that Congress passed because they wanted to make it clear that education decisions in terms of curriculum were going to be decided at the local level, that the United States Congress or the Secretary of Education were not going to be like the National Board of Education or the National School Superintendent for America. What our job at the federal level was to provide adequate resources and to address issues of inequity, which is what the underlying bill is focused on. and trust people at the local level to actually make decisions about what is the right curriculum for their school districts. There's about 35,000 towns and cities in America. And the notion that we are now going to be in a position of suddenly starting to pick and choose what's taught in the classroom is a slippery slope that's the size of Mount Everest. And this bill, this amendment just simply restates black letter law. And again, the ranking member said it herself, I guess, trying to justify the prior amendment that she supports local control of education. This amendment does it. It basically restates law that, again, goes back to 1970, 50 years old. When the Department of Education was created in 1979, this law, again, was incorporated into the authorizing statute. And my amendment does precisely the same, which will allow us to move on to what Congress's real job is, which is to make sure that we help school districts deal with coming out of the pandemic, which the American Rescue Plan did. And this committee had a big role to play in constructing that legislation. During the past week or so, I've been meeting with teachers and educators in Connecticut. Their biggest concern is how do they reopen in September, and do kids need to wear masks who are under the age of 12? You know, what are teachers going to be doing? What are the resources they're going to have to be able to deal with reopening schools? They've got the issue of curriculum and instruction down pat. They don't need us in Washington to tell them what to do. And that's precisely what this amendment does. And I hope both sides of the aisle, again, looking at what our role has been historically, will support this amendment on a bipartisan basis. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I completely agree with Mr. Courtney that people at the local level involved with education in this country do not need us to tell them what to do. And I certainly recognize that the federal government's been involved in education since the 1960s in a big way. Doesn't make it right. It's still not one of our stated responsibilities in the Constitution. But Mr. Chairman, I will vote for Mr. Courtney's amendment because all it does is restate current law, which Republicans support. And when we support current law, which says the federal government shouldn't be involved in curriculum at the local level, we will support that. But the amendment's insufficient. And its own purpose is to provide political cover for your members who aren't willing to protect students from curriculum and teaching strategies that lead to violations of their civil rights. The key difference between this amendment and Representative Good's amendment that we debated a few minutes ago is the lack of link in this amendment to the use of grant funds by the Department of Education to push curriculum on school districts. That is what Secretary Cardona has proposed to do. That's what we agreed to oppose on a bipartisan basis under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. As I said, I'm going to vote for this, but Mr. Chairman, let's recognize this amendment for the waste of time it is, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, will vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment, does the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean, have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, McLean 29 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 729 offered by Mrs. McLean of Michigan. Identifier MCCLAI_029.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you have heard throughout this debate, Republicans agree that students benefit if school districts increase the diversity of their schools and reduce racial and socioeconomic isolation. But we also believe this bill misses on an important opportunity to actually help students trapped in schools that are not racially or socioeconomically diverse. And my amendment will actually address that. This amendment gives families greater access to public school options, which could include charter schools or extra tutoring that will help students at risk of falling behind academically keep pace with their peers. We know expanding educational freedom works academically. A study from the Harvard University Program on Education, Policy, and Government used national data to track students' academic performance changes in the public schools. They found that overall, 8th graders attending charter schools show learning gains that are 3 months ahead of their district school peers from 2005 to 2017. These changes were even more dramatic for traditionally underserved populations. The increase in achievement of Black students in charter schools were more than twice as large as the increase in achievements of Black students in traditional public schools. Scores of those in the bottom 25% of the socioeconomic distribution also increased significantly, faster in charter schools, amounting to about a half a year of learning. Recent statistics have demonstrated that charter schools offer greater diversity for both students and teachers compared to the traditional public school. Parents already understand this reality, and that's why charter schools are overwhelmingly popular. In a poll conducted for the American Federation of Children, 74% of respondents supported public charter schools. Charter schools are also popular with a diverse group of parents, according to the National Alliance for Public Charter Schools. Charter schools educate a diverse group of students. 33% of students in charter schools are Hispanic, 25% of the students are Black, and additionally, almost 60% of students attending charter schools are eligible for free or reduced price school meals, showing that charter schools serve significant number of low-income students. In light of their proven effectiveness, you would think this would be a non-controversial amendment. If we truly want to meet the intended purpose of this bill, then we must support this common sense amendment that will provide real options to help students succeed. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen's time has expired. Does anyone seek to speak to it? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Just to suggest that we don't need the entire school choice debate injected into a simple bill that will allow diversity in public schools. We have in public schools segregation that is as bad now as it was in the 1960s, and according to the GAO, it's getting worse. And there are things that public schools are trying to do, but are having trouble doing, particularly specifically in Seattle and Louisville, Kentucky, where the Supreme Court struck desegregation plans with appropriate technical assistance. They can construct plans that are not only effective, but those that can withstand constitutional challenge. Polls have been cited as to how popular charters are, and it depends on what question you're being asked. If the question is, how would you like your child out of poorly run public schools and into a quality charter school, I'm sure everybody would be in favor of that. But if you ask a more realistic question, of whether or not you would want money taken away from the public schools, and your child only other choice would be a bad charter school, you'd get different numbers. Studies are also all over the place on whether or not the quality of charter schools. Recent data shows that on average, charter schools are worse than average. Some are good and some are bad. And to take money from public schools to get into that situation, in my judgment, is not a step forward. We need to improve the public schools. And one of the things we can do is to make sure that they have access to funds that will help them diversify. That's why I would hope that we would defeat the amendment and pass the underlying bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Scott, could I ask a question?
Just a minute. Yes, I yield for a question.
Thank you. You made a statement that there's segregation in the school system today that is like there was in the 1960s. Can you share with me?
I'm sorry, I think we lost you.
Of course, I had technical difficulties. I don't know if you heard my answer or my question, but you made a statement that there was segregation in the school systems, like very comparable to the 1960s. Could you share with me what school systems those are?
That was a GAO report from about 3 or 4 years ago. And we can get you the GAO report that concluded exactly that. And they concluded that the segregation was getting worse.
I'm sorry. Of course, I had technical difficulties. Did you have some school systems?
We will get you. It was a GAO study from a couple of years ago. It was about 3 years ago. And we'll get you the GAO study that concluded that segregation in public schools was as bad then as it was in the 1960s and getting worse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
I yield back the balance of my time. Recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Representative McLean for her amendment, and I want to reiterate what she said. The underlying bill is well-intentioned and addresses an important topic, but it completely ignores the most important challenge facing students of color and low-income students. Namely, way too many of them are trapped in low-performing, as you say, public schools. But Mr. Chairman, charter schools are also public schools, and you implied in your comments that they are not. Mr. Chairman, increasing the diversity of schools would be a good thing, but increasing access to high-performing schools would be an even better thing. In the last Congress, in conjunction with the 65th anniversary of the landmark Brown v. Board of Education school desegregation decision, our committee held a hearing examining the legacy of that decision and the state of education 65 years later. Louisa Martiza White, a parent advocate, testified to the committee at that hearing and said this, quote, "Each family has the right to decide what education works best for their children. No, indeed, the Brown mandate has not been fulfilled in the last 65 years, but school choice is a step in the right direction in reaching the mandated outcome," end quote. Brown v. Board of Education prohibited the state from assigning students to schools based on race. But now our Democrat colleagues accept as perfectly normal the right of the state to trap children, many of whom are children of color, in low-performing schools with no means of escape. Unfortunately, the missed opportunity in this bill is consistent with Democrats' ongoing efforts to eliminate any avenue of escape for families longing for better options for their children. As the Obama administration did previously, the Biden administration's first budget proposes to kill the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program, the very program that Louisa Martiza White was fighting so hard to save. That's unconscionable, Mr. Chairman. And what about charter schools specifically? My colleague cited the impressive evidence of charter schools improving student outcomes, particularly for the most vulnerable students. Democrats used to value this. In 2014, this House passed a bill to expand access to charter schools 360 to 45, with only 34 Democrats voting no. But the Democrat Party of 2021 has been drug left by its progressive college-educated base, and they have turned their backs on students of color and low-income students. I doubt that bill would even get a vote in today's Democrat House. So I applaud the gentlewoman for trying to address the missed opportunity in this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman, I speak in support of the amendment.
Gentleman, recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, we have in Georgia called a tax incentive program called Georgia Choice. And I want to tell you what it's done for our state and our communities, both Atlanta, that I'm aware of, and of course, my colleague, Congressman McBath, probably knows of the charter schools there that have been hugely successful that I've visited. Also, we have a private school in Augusta, a faith-based school called the Heritage Academy. It's inner city. It only can accommodate 200 students at this time, but it is growing very rapidly. It's funded by individuals who want to give these kids an opportunity. And these moms, provide and take their children to this school because their children are basically diagnosed as losers. And so they're not going to make it in the public education system. And so we take these children in. And I'm going to tell you, I've seen transformation, and I wish everybody on this committee could see the transformation of these young people. I mean, they graduate from this school and they're recruited to every private school in Augusta free of charge because they are so outstanding. Folks, the opportunity is there. Let's stop this insanity and fix the root of this problem. This is ridiculous. And I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean. All in favor of the amendment will vote aye.
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 Aye. Aye. All opposed will say no.
No.
No. The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask for a recorded vote, please?
Yes, you're entitled to a recorded vote. The recorded vote is requested. This was the point of order withdrawn. Point of order is withdrawn.
Sorry, yes, I withdraw my point of order.
Okay, and the recorded vote will be requested. Will be.
Thank you, sir.
At the end. Okay. Are there other amendments to the bill, gentlemen from Utah? Mr. Owens?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Utah has an amendment at desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 729 offered by Mr. Owens of Utah. Identifier OWENUT_011.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As previously stated, the Republicans and Democrats share a common set of values. Both parties believe that racial discrimination is a scourge to our society. I have absolutely no tolerance for bigotry and hate. Our country's history is far from perfect. Every day, we strive to create a more perfect union that lives up to our nation's ideals, that all are created equal and should be free to pursue happiness. The American people yearn for our leaders to bind our nation's wounds and speak in one voice on this topic. One tiny but powerful way to assist low-income students and students of color is by giving them more high-quality education options. We can let them choose a pathway that makes the most sense for them. I acknowledge that not all members of this committee are ready to take that step. My amendment does not include any school choice proposal. Instead, my amendment takes my Democratic friends at their word that they want to fund efforts to improve school integration. This is a worthy policy goal. There are several analyses showing students who attend more diverse schools have better academic outcomes. The problem I see with the underlying legislation is that the top-down government mandates consistently fail to get traction at the local levels. Additionally, there is very little chance this program, if enacted, would receive sufficient funding to assist more than a handful of school districts. Therefore, my amendment allows school districts to use funds they receive from the student support and the academic achievement grants. These programs develop or implement comprehensive strategies to improve diversity and reduce or eliminate racial or social economic isolation in public early childhood programs and public schools. This is the type of common sense solutions we need to address the problems of racially isolated schools. My proposed solution has several advantages over the underlying bill, while keeping its policy goal intact. My amendment taps into already existing funding streams. We know the money will be there for school districts. My amendment also avoids the bureaucratic problems associated with trying to create a new program. This amendment puts local and state leaders in charge because they are best situated to combat these challenges. Together, these improvements to the underlying proposal provide a serious and workable solution to the infrastructure. I'm sorry. Together, these improvements to the underlying proposal provide a serious and workable solution to the intractable problems of racially and socially economically segregated schools. I want nothing more than to see all American children prosper. I believe the path proposed in this amendment can be bipartisan and most achievable. I hope all members of the committee support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone seek recognition?
Mr. Chair,
Young lady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Actually, it's not timely, so the point of order can't be made at this point.
Then I will.
Does anyone wish to speak it up on the amendment? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. First, this is a very simple underlying bill. It just seeks to help school districts with technical assistance in developing plans to desegregate their schools in light of the fact that there is growing segregation in public schools according to the GAO. And it gives them technical assistance to be able to overcome constitutional challenges such as we saw in Seattle and Louisville a few years ago, where the Supreme Court tossed out both of those plans. We've heard the gentleman from Utah is right. There's not going to be much money in it because they don't need much money. They just need a little money for the technical assistance and how to develop a plan. And that's not a very expensive process, but if they don't get that money, they may not have the technical assistance and may devise plans that suffer the same fate as Louisville, Kentucky, and Seattle, Washington did. The idea that you can make it an allowable use does not help. The problem there is you're dividing the same pie in more slices. That doesn't help anyone. We want a separate freestanding plan that will deal with segregation in the schools. And by having a separate plan, we know the money will be spent for that purpose. This will do nothing about, on the previous amendment that we adopted, we know we're not going to have anything to do with curriculum. And so it's a very simple underlying bill that the amendment just dilutes either the funding for it or dilutes funding for other programs like mental health for children and other things that are under 4A. as an allowable use. So I would hope that we would defeat the amendment and pass the underlying bill. Are there others that wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All who favor the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah will vote aye.
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 All opposed will vote no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
I'd like to have a recorded vote, please.
The gentleman from Utah requests a recorded vote now take place at the end. The reservation of the point of order was not timely, so it was not in place. Are there other amendments to the bill? Are there other amendments to the bill? If there are no other amendments, we will proceed then to the final bill, HR 730. The clerk will designate the bill.
HR 730 to amend Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to restore the right to individual civil actions in cases involving disparate impact and for other purposes.
So the committee will now proceed with the consideration of HR 730 for amendment. Bill was circulated in advance. That objection, first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered read. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 730 offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier ANS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any time. The amendment in nature of a substitute was distributed electronically in advance. And so I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. For this amendment in the nature of a substitute, which makes important improvements to the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act. Specifically, the amendment clarifies that Title VI monitors are required to effectively educate, and provide other assistance as necessary to ensure that students and personnel at educational institutions are aware of their relevant rights and responsibilities. The amendment nature of a substitute will require Title VI monitors to be proactive in their attempts to stop discrimination in schools before it occurs. Amendment in nature of a substitute makes other small changes, such as clarifying the requirement that all students receive the contact information of their Title VI monitor and ensuring that students have access to additional contact information for that monitor. The legacy of systemic inequity continues to deny millions of students the opportunity to reach their full potential. Instead of confronting this injustice, the federal government has continually retreated from its role, erasing decades of progress towards educational equity. This bill, including the changes made in the amendment in nature of a substitute, will help reverse that trend. I urge members to support the amendment and yield back. I urge members to support the amendment in nature of a substitute and underlying bill and yield back the balance of my time. Are there other members who wish to be recognized on the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Chairman.
Just a minute. Does somebody on the Republican side seek recognition? If not, gentlelady from, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I'm sorry. I was having trouble, technical difficulty.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens. Recognize for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek a recognition to an opposition to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Mr. Chairman, I oppose the ANS and the underlying legislation. All members of this committee agree that that racial discrimination and segregation is wrong, period. Segregation is illegal, but its lingering effects remain. Yet instead of putting forward broadly bipartisan policies, committee Democrats seek to push through a radical rewriting of the civil rights law disguised as an education bill. This bill would have far-reaching consequences and is not being passed today, and is being passed today with no hearings, no discussion, and no involvement with the primary committee of jurisdiction. The substitute amendment contains some policies Republicans could agree with, with modifications. For instance, requiring the Department of Education guarantees to designate the Title VI compliance and coordinators has merit that is worth discussing. The Democrats have shown that they are more interested in political wins than substantial ones. While the rhetoric of the Democrats might be helping students, the real beneficiaries of this proposal are administrative support personnel and bureaucrats on the federal payroll. In contrast, Republicans want to find bipartisan paths forward to advance quality and inclusion in education by putting students first. The reality is we cannot eradicate the destructive legacy of segregation and discrimination with also eliminating the state's ability to subject children to failing schools. Parents across this nation are begging for elected officials to lead by example. Unfortunately, the example Democrats are setting here is not for the students and families. I urge members to reject this substitute amendment so we can work together on legislation to help all Americans trapped in broken schools. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I am a proud co-sponsor of the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act. This act seeks to hold schools accountable for discrimination in education by permitting students and parents to bring disparate impact claims. Accountability for federally funded schools is an important piece of the puzzle for students as they seek quality education. Having half dedicated to maintaining accountability, particularly with, or having staff, dedicated to maintaining accountability, particularly with regards to complaints of discrimination based on race, color, or national origin, it is therefore vital. It is absolutely necessary. So I look forward to continuing our work to make our policy priorities law. I would encourage all of the members to support it. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield my time back to you.
Thank you. The gentlelady is yielded back. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to speak in favor of your amendment in the nature of the substitute in this important piece of legislation. But I also want to just bring up something I've heard on this markup this morning multiple times, and that's about this notion that there are students who are somehow trapped in what's being called failing schools. A school is a building, Mr. Chairman. There may be schools across this country where there are fewer resources or more students who come from single parent families or families without resources, or students who are hungry, or students without a home. So let's focus on the students today. And our role, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, is to look at those schools and to say, how can we improve them? And that is what we're doing today with Mr. Chairman, this piece of legislation and the one that we just considered before that. Instead of talking about how we can pick out a few students from a school where there are students with lots of challenges or not enough resources or not diverse workforce, let's talk about how we can improve that school for all of the students who are there. And that is our role, Mr. Chairman, as I see it as federal policymakers, is to focus on all of the students in those schools and to make it better for all of them, to give them those equal opportunities, instead of talking about failing schools, unless we're talking about school infrastructure, and then we can talk about failing schools. Let's focus on the students and improving education for them. And I support the legislation that we're considering today and your, Mr. Chairman, amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for really introducing this really important bill. And this bill would restore the private right of action for students and parents to bring disparate impact claims under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, a right that students and parents were granted for decades prior to the Supreme Court's decision in Alexander versus Sandoval in 2001, which stripped this right, leaving it only to the federal government to bring such claims. This bill would also create Title VI monitors to ensure that every school district and institution of higher education has at least one employee specifically responsible for investigating any complaints of discrimination. Further, this bill would create a special assistant position at the Department of Education to coordinate and promote Title VI enforcement in education. Students have the right to be free from discrimination in our schools, and schools should be a sanctuary for them to learn, grow, and develop. Our children should not have to be confronted with the additional burden of discrimination during this time of advancement. But if they do, they deserve the right to address it. This amendment helps to ensure that students are given the freedom to focus on learning rather than deal with discrimination, and that schools are held accountable for the responsibility to provide all students with an equal opportunity for quality education. So I strongly urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment nature of a substitute? If not, are there any amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? The gentleman from Utah,
Yes,
do you have an amendment at the desk?
yes, I do.
The gentleman from Utah has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 730 offered by Mr. Owens of Utah. Identifier OWENUT_012.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, children who can barely tie their shoes cannot perpetuate so-called systemic racism, and certainly cannot be held responsible for the wrongdoings of others. Yet that is exactly what's being pushed in today's schools. Instead of teaching the promise of America, that all are created equal, students are learning curricula inspired by hateful, racist, and divisive ideology known as critical race theory. I should not have to say this, but teaching minority children that they cannot succeed but based on the color of their skin is in your face racism. Telling children that their white skin makes them oppressors is in your face racism. My amendment today is about more than an accurate reading of history. It's about preventing state-sponsored hate from being pushed on our children. I was fortunate enough to have teachers and parents who instilled in me the values of hard work and the belief that I can do anything I set my mind to. Every child should have the same confidence instilled into them. If not by their parents, then certainly by their teachers. Unfortunately, today's schools, teacher unions, Department of Education, and elected Democrats in the Congress are more concerned about dividing children into victims and oppressors classes than encouraging them to overcome the obstacles that they will face and allow them to achieve their dreams. My amendment will protect all students from discrimination by ensuring that the new Special Assistant of Equity and Inclusion created by the underlying bill ensures that the Department of Education does not use grants administered by the department to coerce states and school districts into implementing curriculum or teaching strategies that violate the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act by discriminating against students based on race, color, or national origin. Racism has no place in our schools. Hate has no place in our schools. Critical race theory has no place in our schools. We must defend America against this toxic ideology and defend our students against the indoctrination. This is why I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Harsberger.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word. I support my colleague's amendment. There's dangerous and divisive ideologies like critical race theory efforts. We're trying to work together toward a common solution that works for all Americans. We can't stand by and let anti-American propaganda create further divisions in our society and threaten the relationships of Americans of every race. My friend, Mr. Owens, has done a tremendous job championing this fight. And this amendment makes the important distinction that any position we are creating that seeks to promote inclusion isn't doing so while pushing radical beliefs that will divide the Americans it seeks to bring together. Let me be clear about critical race theory. It is a disaster for American society. We cannot be funding new government employees to spread critical race theory and similar race-baiting ideologies. Instead, what we need to do is focus on bringing people together to get things done for the Americans who are counting on us. I encourage all of my colleagues to support Mr. Owen's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time, sir.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I spoke earlier on the amendment offered by Representative Good to HR 729. The points I made then apply here, and there's no need for me to reiterate everything I said before. But I do want to reiterate what my colleagues have said throughout the debate on critical race theory. These amendments are not about suppressing negative history or silencing uncomfortable speech. This amendment and the amendment offered earlier by Representative Good ensure that the federal government does not push curriculum on schools that lead to those schools violating the civil rights of students and teachers in those schools. Mr. Chairman, I cannot understand the opposition to protecting students' civil rights. In fact, that is our job. I thank the gentleman for his amendment. I thank you for yielding, and I urge the passage of the gentleman from Utah's amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. Just to point out that I thought we had taken care of critical race theory with the Courtney amendment, that the federal government will not be injecting itself into curriculum, so it will not be taught. I am not sure what the, just talks about content or other things, or assigning characteristics or assumptions to individuals based on race, color, or national origin. If something is discriminatory, it is, and it isn't. I think this amendment just tends to confuse what is discriminatory. We have decades of jurisprudence on Title VI. I mean, 40, 50, 60 some years of jurisprudence on or 50, over half a century on Title VI. So trying to describe what is discriminatory and when it isn't, I think we can just go with the jurisprudence to know what it is. What we are trying to do is give in the underlying bill, the private right of action, a special assistant to coordinate it and then have monitors in the schools like Title IX. So I think the Amendment 1 is unnecessary as it pertains to whatever whatever people think critical race theory means. And it kind of fuzzifies what the discrimination is under Title VI, which should be done really as a court matter and not as a legislative matter. So I would hope we would defeat the amendment and adopt the amendment H substitute and pass the bill. Does anyone else wish to be heard?
Do I have any more time to comment?
No, but if someone on your side would seek recognition, they could yield to you their 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wish to speak in favor of the amendment and yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Congressman Owens.
Thank you so much. And I just want to just add a couple thoughts here as I've been listening. A couple things. I've seen this before. I grew up in the Deep South, my friends. I grew up when my race was told that we could not achieve. We were not leaders. We were lazy. We were cowardice. I mean, the whole bit. Matter of fact, if you take a look at Martin Luther King's the demonstrations of the 60s, notice one thing about that great group of that generation. They're dressed in white shirts, dark ties, normally wearing street shoes in the middle of the summer, demonstrating, because there was more than just Jim Crow. It was a narrative that at that time, racists had about Black Americans. And that generation was going to be sure that their kids did not grow up with that belief in that. We were taught to be proud of ourselves, that we could overcome anything. And what we've seen today, whatever you want to call it, just know this: millions of Americans across this country, that we've been told now to believe, not to believe our lying eyes. There's a reason why parents are standing up the way they are, because they're seeing their kids being taught in these school systems, pre-K, to hate themselves or hate others. So I just want to make a point that it's important that let's be honest with ourselves. At the end of the day, if we don't learn to look at each other inside out versus outside in, we have a real situation. And if we can't be honest about what's being taught to our kids, then we truly will lose everything that we've fought so hard to get to this point. So I just want to make that point. And also in terms of trap schools, my friends, in 2017, 75% of the Black boys in the state of California cannot pass standard reading and writing tests. Yes, they're trapped. Their parents don't want them to be growing up not being able to read and write, not have a way of thinking. You have schools in Baltimore, zero proficiency in math. Yeah, they're trapped. So yes, we have a system, a systemic system in which Black kids, Black Americans are not being trained to think and do and achieve like all others. And we need to make sure that's changed. It's happening in these blue states, blue cities. So let's address it and give these kids and parents a chance to achieve the American dream by choice. I yield back. Thank you so much.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia yields back.
Mr. Chair.
Do others wish to seek recognition on the amendment? Gentlelady
I would.
From Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and just urge my colleagues not to support this amendment. I can assure you that no teacher in any classroom in this country is teaching Black children to hate themselves, to hate their race, to not appreciate the promise that we have in this country. I would also go so far as to say that in my experience, having taught about some of the most difficult times in our history, while they did invoke a feeling of sadness, they also helped kids to see how much we have achieved and how far our country has come. Stories like Ruby Bridges does instill and inspire the promise that is American education. I wasn't going to speak on this amendment, and I'm not going to address specifically any of the comments that I've heard about this topic, but I will stand in support of every teacher who is in a classroom investing everything that they have in our children, and say that no teacher is teaching children to hate themselves, to hate their race, to hate their history. That's just not what teachers do. And that is, it's just inappropriate. So again, I urge my colleagues not to support this amendment, and to be reminded that we have no place in curriculum, and this is not a problem in our schools. And I stand by the work of my teaching colleagues, of the people who are under-resourced in some of the most difficult communities, and do everything that they can to do just the opposite of what we're hearing here, to stand in intercession for kids and remind them that they are somebody and that they do believe in them and that they can achieve anything that they want to. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. With that, I yield back.
Ladies, time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, so first I just want to associate myself with everything Congresswoman Hayes just stated. A little over a year ago, I was a middle school principal in a public school in the Bronx. And prior to that, I worked in public education for 20 years. I can say unequivocally, we do not teach critical race theory in public schools. It does not happen. Critical race theory is a theory that is taught in law school, is not taught in our public schools. I also want to underscore the point. Our education is designed to empower, uplift, and inspire every single student, particularly students who are most neglected, most marginalized, and most underserved based on the communities in which they reside, regardless of race or class or background. We are teaching our kids that they can transform the world, that they could be anything they want to be. And we implement a curriculum and literature and opportunity so that they can access their untapped and full potential. I don't know what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are hearing or reading or learning or understanding, but obviously what they are being informed by is completely misinformed. Critical race theory is not being taught in our schools, and the more we talk about this, the less we can do the work that we are sent here to do, which is to fight for the resources that our public schools need, not to mandate or discuss curriculum. Curriculum is locally controlled by local school boards, and those school boards make those decisions. It is not something that we in Congress have any say over. So to continue to beat the drum of critical race theory it's not our job as members of Congress. We are not here pushing that agenda.
I've got the committee on Ed and Labor. I've got the committee on rules.
Thank you so much. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Going all on.
Gentlemen, time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, I believe that was the last amendment on the bill. Are there other amendments? If not, that concludes all of the amendments to the bills. And we will.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from New York, from North Carolina.
Yeah, 1 second, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we need a recorded vote on that last amendment.
Okay. The
I apologize.
You're right. I didn't call a vote. All in favor of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah will say aye.
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 All opposed will say no.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
I'd like a reported vote, please.
Gentleman's asked for a recorded vote,
Thank
which
you.
will take place. And I don't think a reservation of a point of order was made on that amendment. And if so, it's withdrawn without objection. We have completed our, we've gone through all of the amendments, and we will now proceed back to the first bill. We'll resume consideration of the first bill that we considered, HR 2119, Family Violence Prevention and Services Prevention Act. We had two amendments to the amendment. We had an amendment in nature of a substitute with two amendments that we will consider, and then final passage. The first order of business is the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Ledlow, which we will now consider. All that favor the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Louisiana will, in response to the roll call, vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No. Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
Levin, no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens votes no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
Carol votes no.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Dr. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman.
Aye.
Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Ms. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens.
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good. Mrs. McLean.
Yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Did you get good votes no?
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger, aye. Mrs. Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Miller, aye. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks, yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn.
Cawthorn votes aye.
Mr. Cawthorn votes aye. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
How is Mr. Jones recorded?
Mr. Jones is not recorded, sir.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Uh, I think we're okay. Clerk will report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 19 ayes and 27 noes.
19 ayes, 27 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment was offered by the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No, that's Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaulniers.
Desaulniers votes no.
Mr. Desaulniers votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
No.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Dr. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Comer votes yes. Comer votes yes. I was on mute.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy is a yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Ms. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens. Mr. Good.
Owens
Good
votes,
votes yes.
Owens votes aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Good votes yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
Votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger, aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts.
Sparts, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn.
Cawthorn votes yes.
Mr. Cawthorn votes yes. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Ms. Letlow votes
Carry out.
The clerk is on mute.
Did Grothman vote yet? Here, what's the deal here? It should be. Can you hear me?
No, the clerk is on mute. There you go.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have Mr. Grothman recorded, sir.
Yeah, I'll vote yes.
Mr. Grothman votes yes.
I think the clerk went back on mute again. How is Mr. Grijalda recorded?
Mr. Grijalva is not recorded, sir.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, I have 20 ayes and 26 noes.
20 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next order of business is the vote on the amendment in nature of a substitute. Dr. Fox, you wanted a vote on this amendment?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, not on voting on the nature of a substitute. No, sir.
Okay. The motion is on the amendment in nature of a substitute. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in nature of a substitute is adopted. The next order of business is a motion. We recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, for the purpose of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill HR 730 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Can you repeat the bill number?
HR 730.
We're on 2119.
Thank you, sir. HR 2119.
The motion is to report HR 2119. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano.
Votes aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Desaulnier votes aye.
Mr. Desaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. Wild.
Wild is aye.
Wild votes aye. Mrs. McBath.
Aye.
Mrs. McBath votes aye. Ms. Hayes.
Hayes votes aye.
Ms. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
Aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Jones votes aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Manning.
Aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
Aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes aye.
Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Fox votes no.
Dr. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Stefanik. I'm sorry, Ms. Stefanik. Mr.
Stefanik, no.
Allen. Ms. Stefanik
No.
votes no. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
No.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes no.
He got himself a
Mr.
megaphone,
Comer votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
so he could yell back at him. And
No.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes no.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Mr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens.
Owens, no.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
Good votes no.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger, no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Sparks.
Bartz, no.
Mrs. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Cawthorn
Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes no.
Mrs. Letlow votes no.
Can I record it?
How's Mr. Grothman recorded?
Mr. Grothman is not recorded.
Yeah, I should be, no.
Mr.
Can you hear
Grothman
me?
votes no.
We got you.
Embarrassing. The way in hell to run Congress.
Somebody's not muted.
They might want to
Mr. Chair, I think Carthon was trying to call in. I'm not sure if his vote was counted. I heard it, but I'm not sure if she did or not.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Cawthorn recorded?
Mr. Cawthorn is not recorded, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Cawthorn votes no. I apologize about that.
Mr. Cawthorn votes no.
Is
Thank you,
Miller
Congressman.
recorded? Is Miller recorded?
Yes, Ms. Miller is recorded.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 26 ayes and 20 noes.
Twenty-six ayes, 20 noes. The motion to report is adopted. The bill is reported. HR 2119 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. Ask unanimous consent. Staff be authorized to make necessary and technical and conforming changes to the bill as amendment pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, and dissenting views without objection. So ordered. The next bill we have is HR 3992. The first amendment was offered by the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desagne.
Desagne votes no.
Mr. Desagne votes no. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
Macbeth votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Has to be added afterwards.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin. Ms. Omar.
No, sorry, no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
I learned
Ms.
something.
Stevens.
No. Stevens votes no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Dr. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms.
Grothman
Stefanik.
votes aye.
Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik
Mr.
votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes aye.
Keller votes aye. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Ms. Miller Meeks. Mr. Good.
Good votes yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes yes.
Mrs. Steele votes yes. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes yes.
Ms. Letlow votes yes.
How is Mr. Morelli recorded?
Mr. Morelli is not recorded, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recorded in the negative.
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Thank you.
How is Cawthorn registered?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cawthorn is not, he is not voted, sir.
Okay, he's just texted me. His connection is broken. Is there anything we can do about that?
Banyan, can you give us an update on his situation?
Yes, sir. He was just on the platform. However, I verbally heard him as well. He appears to have immediately dropped off the platform. I'm searching the list of over 100 participants right now for him, sir, to pop back up. I'll update immediately.
Thank you.
He's in the mountains.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr.
Mr.
Fox?
Chairman, yes, sir. How is Miss Miller Meeks recorded?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Miller Meeks is not recorded, sir.
We believe she's showing up, but
Congresswoman Miller Meeks is currently on the platform, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Fox. I believe she is muted.
Well, she's not muted now. Can she vote yes or no?
Yay.
Miller Meeks votes yes.
Miller Meeks votes yay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone
Mr.
else?
Chairman, in the interest of time, I suggest you go on to the next vote.
The
And if it's
clerk will report. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 20 ayes and 26 noes.
On this vote, there are 20 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is the Allen Amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sublime.
Plum votes no.
Mr. Sublime votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
No.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes votes no.
Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Dr. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman.
Aye.
Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher
Mr.
votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy is a yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens,
Mr.
yes.
Good- Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good.
Good votes yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger.
yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger voted yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Ms. Letlow votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Was Mr. Jones recorded?
Mr. Jones is not recorded, sir.
Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 20 ayes and 26 noes.
20 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment is offered by the gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Ledlow. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Blonde votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaunier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
No.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
That was the 6th one.
Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Dr. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy is a yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks is a yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Good.
Good
Owens,
votes yes.
Mr. Good votes yes.
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes aye.
Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Parts, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 19 ayes and 26 noes.
Thank you. There are 19 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment was offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. The clerk will call the roll. Clerk will call the roll.
Scott.
Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Gahalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Gahalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Takano.
Votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Ms. Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
Macbeth votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes yes.
Mrs. Hayes votes yes. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Miss Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
All the way down to the bottom there, 155.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Walberg.
Walberg votes aye.
Mr. Walberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Owens. Owens, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks, yes. Mr. Owens, yes. Mr. Good.
Good votes yes.
Mr. Good is a yes. Mrs. McLean.
Mrs. McLean is a yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Letlow votes aye.
Did you record Miller as yes?
Mrs. Miller votes yes.
And how is Mrs.
Chair,
Hayes?
how am I recorded?
How's Mrs. Hayes recorded?
Mrs. Hayes is recorded as yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can I change that to a no?
Certainly.
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who's that?
Representative Mervan.
Mervan. How's Mr. Mervan recorded?
Mr. Mervan is not recorded, sir.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no.
Okay. How is Ms. Bonamici recorded?
Ms. Bonamici is not recorded, sir.
Okay. Oops, clerk will report.
It now appears there actually was.
Okay. Again, how's Ms. Bonamici recorded?
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I had to go to a committee real briefly. Which amendment are we on, please?
We're on HR 3992, the
Correct.
Keller Amendment.
I'd like to be recorded as a no, please.
Bonamici votes no.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 19 ayes and 26 noes.
19 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next order of business is the amendment of nature of a substitute. All in favor of the amendment of nature of substitute offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, will say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The
Chairman.
amendment of nature of substitute is agreed to.
Chairman,
And, I'm sorry. The amendment of nature of
what is the difference between, Mr. Chairman, I want to understand the difference between a motion to report and a vote on the nature of the substitute.
the amendment of the
Because
substitute.
I'm,
The amendment of nature of a substitute is we have agreed to that amendment. The next order of business is to report the bill as amended by the amendment of nature of a substitute. Next order of business.
that motion is actually, that motion would actually be the motion to adopt and send to the floor. That's
The
the
next
motion to
order of
report.
the next order of business is a motion that will be presented by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, on HR 3992.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill HR 3992 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The motion to report has been made. All in favor of that will respond to the roll call appropriately. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano.
Count votes aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild.
Aye.
Ms. Wild votes aye. Mrs. McBath.
Aye.
McBath votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Manning.
Aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
Aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Cheryl.
Aye.
Ms. Cheryl votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes aye.
Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes no.
Ranking Member Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Brothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes no.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer.
Comer
Mr.
votes no.
Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes no.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Mr. Murphy votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks no.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Owens.
Owens, no.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
Good votes no.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger, no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, no.
Mrs. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes no.
Ms. Letlow votes no.
How's Mrs. Stevens recorded?
Stevens is not recorded, sir.
Stevens would like to vote aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 26 ayes and 19 noes. Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. The ayes have it. 26 ayes, 19 noes. Ayes have it. And the motion to report the bill as amended is agreed to. HR 3992 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent, staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the requisite number of days to file supplemental minority, additional, or dissenting views, and without objection, so ordered. The next bill is HR 729, Strengthen Diversity Act. The first order of business on that legislation is the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Saunier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no.
Votes
Mr.
no.
Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
No.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat is a no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Wilson.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens, yes.
Mr.
Murphy
Owens
votes yes.
votes yes. Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mr. Good.
Good votes yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger, aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Mrs. Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Bart's yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes yes.
Steele votes yes. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Letlow votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 19 ayes and 26 noes.
19 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment was offered by the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sublime.
Sublime votes no.
Mr. Sublime votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaunier.
Desaunier votes no.
Mr. Desaunier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
No.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
No. Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Walberg.
Walberg votes aye.
Mr. Walberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Fulcher.
Comer votes yes. Comer votes yes.
Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks aye.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens.
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Good aye.
Mr. Good votes aye. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Mrs. Miller votes aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mrs. Sparks. Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Letlow votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Mervan. How am I recorded?
Has Mr. Mervan recorded?
Mr. Mervan is not recorded, sir.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 19 ayes and 26 noes.
19 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment was offered by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens. The clerk will call the roll.
Okay, Chairman Scott.
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
No.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
No. No. Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Procan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks
Mr.
votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes yes.
Mr. Keller votes yes. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good.
Good votes yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean is a yes.
Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger, aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Bartz, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. And Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Ms. Letlow votes aye.
How is Mr. Grijalva recorded?
Mr. Grijalva is not recorded, sir.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no.
How is McLean recorded?
Okay. How is Ms. McLean recorded?
Ms. McLean is recorded as a yes, sir.
Thank you. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 19 ayes and 26 noes.
19 ayes, 26 noes. The amendment is not adopted. Next order of business is the adoption of is a motion to adopt the amendment in nature of a substitute. All in favor of adopting the amendment in nature of a substitute will vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
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 The ayes appear
No.
to have it.
No.
Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in nature of a substitute is adopted. And the gentleman from New York has a motion on HR 729.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill HR 729 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Motion to report as amended has been made. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Saban votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano.
Votes aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Desaunier.
Desaunier votes aye.
Mr. Desaunier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild.
Aye.
Ms. Wild votes aye. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Mrs. McBath votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
Aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Aye.
Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Manning.
Aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
Aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Cheryl.
Aye.
Ms. Cheryl votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes aye.
You're up here for
Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Oh my
Espaillat votes aye.
Wow.
Mr.
I just wanted to
Espaillat
stop in and
votes-
say hello.
Yeah, I'm glad. I was like.
Mr. Mfume. Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes no.
Ranking Member Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Groveman. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes no.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes no.
Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes no.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Mr. Murphy votes no. Ms. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens.
Owens, no.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
Good votes no.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
And Miller Meeks is aye, as no, excuse me.
Mrs. Miller Meeks, can you repeat your vote, please?
No.
I don't see Mrs. Miller Meeks on, okay. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. McLean.
Mrs. McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger, no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Oh, Miller is a no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, no.
Mrs. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Steele votes no. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes no.
Letlow votes no.
How is
How is
Mr.
Stefanik
Info-
recorded? I'll be a no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no.
how is Mr. Infume recorded?
My
Mr.
vote is a no vote, Mr. Chairman.
You have to have your camera
a
on.
yes vote, excuse me. My
You
vote
have
is
to
a
have-
yes vote.
You have to have your camera on to be able to vote.
Yeah, the camera is on.
Well, nobody can see you.
Mr. Infume, I believe your camera may be covered by something. If there is a switch or a possible physical obstruction in front of it, it is on, sir. But we are getting a black video render, Mr. Infume.
What to do here, except I thought I was on.
You-
I see
Um,
everybody else.
Sir, currently your camera is disabled. If you could enable it again, it was enabled. However, there was what we were seeing on the receiving end, Mr. Infume, was black. But currently your camera is off. If you could hit the camera.
Why don't you let me just quickly log out and log back in and see what happens?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
What a way to run the United States government.
And Mr. Murphy, your mic is on.
Again.
3 times.
I meant it to be heard. I wasn't hiding nothing.
Banyan, is Mr. Infume back on?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, clerk will report.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can we move on here? This is,
Clerk will report.
Are you able to see me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, my previous vote, as I said before, was an aye vote. I apologize that something has happened with my unit here that cut off my transmission visually.
Okay, clerk will report. Is there a report
How is the Owens recorded?
How is Ms. Owens reported?
Mr. Owens is a no vote, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 27 ayes and 19 noes.
Thank you. The ayes have it. 27 ayes, 19 noes. Ayes have it. The motion to report the bill as amended is agreed to. HR 729, the Strength and Diversity Act, is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. Ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the requisite number of days to file supplemental minority additional when presenting views, and without objection, so ordered. And our final bill is HR 730, Equity Inclusion Enforcement Act of 2021. The first order of business is the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sublime.
Sublime say no, votes no.
Mr. Sublime votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Who votes no?
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desagne.
Desagne votes no.
Mr. Desagne votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath, no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes no.
Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume. Mr. Mfume.
You on mute, Kwesi? Still on mute. Well,
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes aye.
Mr. Keller votes aye. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Mr. Murphy votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Good votes aye.
Mr. Good votes aye. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger, aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Barnes, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes yes.
Mrs. Steele votes yes. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes aye.
Ms. Letlow votes aye.
Clerical report.
Mr. Chairman, how's Adams' vote recorded?
How's Ms. Adams recorded?
Mrs. Adams is, or Ms. Adams is, voted no, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 19 ayes and 27 noes.
19 ayes, 27 noes. The amendment is not adopted. The next order of business is the adoption of the amendment nature of a substitute. All in favor of the amendment nature of a substitute will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
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 The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment nature of substitute is adopted, and the gentleman from New York has a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
7:30.
I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill HR 730 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Motion has been made to report as amended. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney votes yes.
Mr. Courtney votes yes. Mr. Sublime.
Finally, Saban votes yes.
Mr. Sublime votes yes. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes yes.
Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano.
Votes yes.
Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Desagne.
Sonia votes aye.
Mr. Desagne votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild.
Wild is an aye.
Ms. Wild votes aye. Mrs. McBath.
McBath, aye.
Mrs. McBath votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes aye.
Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Outstanding job, Ms. Hassan. Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Stevens.
Aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Ledger Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Jones votes aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Manning.
Manning votes aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Castro.
Aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Cheryl.
Aye.
Ms. Cheryl votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth.
Yarmouth votes aye.
Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes no.
Ranking Member Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes no.
Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
No.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Calmer.
Comer votes no.
Mr. Calmer votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Keller.
Keller votes no.
Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Murphy.
Murphy votes no.
Mr. Murphy votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, no. Great job, Rashida.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Owens.
Owens, no.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
Good votes no.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Sparks.
Parts no.
Mrs. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Steele votes no. Ms. Letlow.
Letlow votes no.
Letlow votes no.
Mr. Chairman, while the clerk is counting, I'd like to point out that Mr. Wahlberg is on the call today from Uganda, where he's visiting his family and meeting his third grandchild who lives there. So he gets a prize for being on the call and on the video from the farthest distance. I'm not sure we'll have anybody compete with that anytime soon.
Congratulations, Tim, on the new grandchild.
All right.
Tim, what time is it there?
It's just past midnight, 5 after midnight.
Dr. Fox, we have a regular, Mr. Sablon may actually be further away. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, if he's in the, I can't tell from his backdrop where he is, if he's in the Northern Marianas or what, but I'm impressed that Mr. Wahlberg can get the connection from there when, and I'm not casting any stones, happens to me too, when some of the rest of us can't get it from here. So,
It's a good thing we have this remote option so that you can do both. You can still join us and be there for your grandchild.
Yeah.
I'd
Congratulations.
still rather be in Washington doing it the normal way.
Yeah.
If I'm not playing with my grandchild.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 27 ayes and 19 noes.
27 ayes, 19 noes. Ayes have it. The motion to report the bill as amended is agreed to. HR 730 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives, and Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent. The staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, and dissenting views, and whether without objection, so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. And if there's no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned. And I want to thank all of the members for their cooperation today. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman. Good job. No
Goodbye.
objection to adjourn.
see everybody next week.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.